let me go through some of the inequality, some of the inefficiencies with some stats. So, 67% of agro dealers rely on paper-based records. 2025, and agro dealers were using paper, pen signing. 50% of distributors are still relying on speculative van sales. So what does this mean? This year I sold this much fertilizer. You know what? Next year, maybe it'll be 20% more. Maybe it'll be 30% more. Not data-driven. 20% of the 600 million agricultural inputs actually expire in warehouses annually. Gone, expired. In some value chains, we're losing up to 70%. So we all know the post-harvest loss numbers, right? 30 to 40% post-harvest loss. Well, 70% in some value chains. And actually, this is the one that shocked me the most. You know the agro-processors, the manufacturers, the businesses, operating at 40%, 40 to 50% capacity. So when you go and you ask the processors, you know, where's our tomato paste, or where's all these things that you're making? They're operating at 40%. Imagine running your business at 40%. So I said, why? Why are you, like, what's the issue? Do you know what the issue is? They're not getting consistent quality supply from farmers. So chatting to potato processors, we did a convening of potato processors just a couple of weeks ago. Potato processors are like, I'm operating at 40% capacity. Farmers are not giving me what I need. So I said, what do you need? Got the specs. Went to the farmers. I said, farmers, what's going on? And they were losing almost 40% of their potatoes or selling them to brokers. And they said, oh, but we can't grow what the processor wants. The seed is too expensive. They keep rejecting us. So a lot of things in the system are broken. So now let's move to what I think everybody's excited about. Tech. Tech for agriculture, AI, and all that works. So is it actually a solution, or is it hype? What do you guys think? Solution, hands up. Okay, great. Hype. Good, okay, great. So we're quite tech savvy. Now, let's think about Africa as a continent, and this applies Africa as a continent and Kenya. What do we have? Some of the disadvantages in Kenya. We have poor internet connectivity. So whilst, yes, Kenya, Safaricom, etc. is good, think about affordability. And internet connectivity is not just being able to connect, but it's also affording it. Actually, 75% of Africans don't have access to the internet. Second barrier, the majority of our population is a low-income population. So even if you look at us, sorry, if we can just keep not moving the slide, just stick to the second slide. Yeah, that's the one. Thank you. So the majority are low-income population. And finally, poor infrastructure. Actually, 66% of Africans, we don't have access to energy. Do you know that Google, how many people use ChatGPT? Hands up, show of hands. Yeah? Do you know when you Google chat, when you go into ChatGPT and ask for a recipe, let's just say that's what you do, ask for a recipe or ask to write, that uses more energy and water than agriculture. The water consumption and energy consumption of AI is shocking. Do we have electricity and water in this continent? So these are the realities that we are sort of dealing with. So to answer the question, right, is it a hype or is it the savior? It's neither. Technology cannot disrupt a sector that's not built. Right? We keep talking about disrupt, disrupt, disrupt. Right? That's what they talk about in the West. How can we disrupt a sector? Have we built the sector if our has prioritized as a key sector. And we've seen it, like, very, very clearly. What have they said? We want to achieve food security. We want to increase exports. And we want to reduce food imports. That's the national agricultural policy, kind of in simple terms. So, what does that mean, right? It means we need to increase production and productivity at competitive costs. We need to reduce post-harvest losses, warehousing support. We need to increase value addition, right? Why are we just sending raw materials in the world and then buying back expensive things? Doesn't make sense. We need to establish and enforce standards, and we need market access support, right? We need branding, we need cool packages, etc. Now, all of these are actually business, tech, and innovation opportunities. That's the magic, right? Everybody wants to talk about AI, and I will, but that's what it is. Where can we use technology to solve these problems? So, let's go to the next slide. But, I talked about population. The average age of Kenyans, 19. Average age of a farmer, 65. How do young people sometimes see agriculture? Agriculture is a punishment. I'll send you to the farm if you're not successful. Who has said that to some of their kids or their grandkids? Right? With that mindset, how is it possible? So, you need to now look at that photo of the mama farmer and planting. Is that agriculture? Now let's think agribusiness. When we think agribusiness, we think technology, we think innovation, we think retail, we think money, right? Why is agriculture the only one where we can't think about money? Of course we can. And this is where the tech comes in. Next slide. Tech enabled agriculture as an opportunity, not a punishment. So let's just basically go through the whole agri-value chain. I'm sure everybody is familiar with this, right? Production, there's pre-production, production, harvest, transport, primary processing, secondary processing, distribution, wholesale and retail markets. Technology and innovation here already been amazing, right? So you can think of startups or opportunities like Tomorrow Now. Tomorrow Now is a company that gets weather data, that can predict weather data and tell you and predict whether it's going to rain. So if you're trying to apply fertilizer and you know it's going to rain this week or next week, wouldn't that influence how you do it? Sun culture with drip irrigation, solar powered, right? Tracking how you pay. Harvest, then we look at companies like, when you look at transport, harvesting and transport, Hello Tractor. How many of you use Uber or Bolt or Little Cab? Yeah. Hello Tractor is that for tractors. It's the Uber for tractors. Matching existing capacity to farmers. You've got like Thrive Agric, that's basically using a platform to connect farmers with markets, both local and international markets. A really cool one is iPop Africa, where we're taking traditional grains, right? And making, so millet popcorn. I bought it for my daughters. It's delicious and healthy. These are local opportunities. These are things that can be grown in Kenya, drought-tolerant crops. They're actually fit for our climate. Do you guys know, who says, if I haven't eaten ugali, I haven't eaten? Who says that? Hands up, right? Everybody. Yeah. So do you know, maize is not even Kenyan. It was brought to Kenya by Portuguese settlers. What did we used to grow before then? What is good for our soil? The traditional crops. Yet, there's so many value addition opportunities around that. And finally, I'll add sort of Kuza, which is a company that I'm from. And again, with Kuza, we love the tech. So I'll give you an example. In every kind of aspect, right? So extension. In every single, whether it's extension, whether it's advisory, whether it's linkages, tech, data, AI, super important. I'll give you an example of one technology. How many of you have heard of edge computing? So with edge computing, you can actually get on the internet, watch sort of your extension videos, do your record keeping of your inputs, expenses, etc. And you don't need internet and you don't need electricity. It's all available offline. That's edge computing. That's the kind of technology for Africa. That's the kind of technology that we need when you look at our earlier problems of low internet connectivity, poor income per population, right? So we need tech that's contextual, that actually works for us. So now let's go to the next slide, because I know everybody's really interested in AI. We all talk about AI, but there's no AI without data. Have you heard garbage in, garbage out? If you don't have data, there's no AI. So let's look at this photo of the farmer, who she's a mama farmer, she's 60. Look at the challenges. Number one, farmer KYC. Do we know who the farmer is? Do we know where she lives? Do we know what she grows? Do we know what support she needs? Right? These are all, without that data, your AI is not going to be able to help you. And what's really interesting, in every 10 kilometers, actually, soil type changes. So you can't do mass solution for different places. So this is where it comes in, but if you do not get the data, AI is really not helpful in agriculture, right? So we talk about precision agriculture, we talk about all of these things which are super interesting and super useful, but we need to get the basics right. So the Kenyan government has made a lot of progress. So if you look at the next slide, we now know that there is a Kenya Farmers Registry. So 7 million farmers have been registered. Sorry, next slide. So now we have a very strong national foundation, right? 7 million farmers registered, there's an agro-dealer registry starting, there's a soil registry starting. Now is the game changing. Now you can build on tech. Now you can build on these things. But how do you turn this data into impact? As governments, you can make sure that your product or services gets to the smallholder farmer, and vice versa. If you're a smallholder farmer, your produce, whatever it is that you're trying to sell or trying to buy, gets to the market. Without this, if we're all just working in silos, we're not going to be able to scale the technology solution. And what's great about Kenya is they're amazing technology solutions. We are a nation of innovators. Now, we need to try and help those solutions scale. And that means doing the sort of boring bits of business. So that's the key. And what I would like to say, if you look at the next slide, is this is not hype, this is possible. There is something called the network effect. When you look at this diagram, what does it mean to you? What does it look like? Anybody? Any ideas? Somebody told me it looks like the coronavirus. Very recently, somebody said to me, oh, is it a firework? No, that is so Kisumu, we're in 40 counties, yeah? And purple is the service provider. The larger the size of the bubble, the more business that's being done. Now, this is actually a map of 11 counties, and that's showing $22 million, right, of business that these young people are doing with the service providers across these counties. That's the network effect. When you connect agripreneurs to farmers, to service providers, to technology, that is it. The boring plumbing that needs to be done so that all these cool tech solutions actually get to the people who understand them, who need them. And the most important case, financing, right? Everybody that has a really cool AI solution or a tech solution or precision agriculture, whatever it is, who's going to pay for it? Every single tech person I speak to will be like, oh, but it's just like you add 1 shilling for the farmer. The farmer is never going to pay until you first increase their incomes. You increase their incomes, you show value, and then a lot of techies will say, tech is exponential, it's going to get cheaper. Yes, but it's not going to be free. You still have to pay. So we have to figure out the financial models for tech to scale. And what's interesting is there are a lot of finance providers in the room, right, in the world, who are really working at this problem. How do you get affordable patient capital in agriculture, in all of these businesses? So I'll end with the last slide because I'm conscious of my time. Sorry, the last slide. And I'll say two things. Sorry, if you can go to the next slide. One, I've made a lot of changes in my career, from lawyer to government donor to like an ag tech. Sorry, last slide. And one of the reasons I did it, because a lot of people ask me, like, why would you give up a plush director job, to join basically an ag tech? And the reason is, I believe that Kenya can feed itself, the world, but we can make money and create jobs while doing it. And tech is a huge, huge enabler in it, but that's it, it's an enabler. We have tech and traditional sectors have to work together, otherwise nobody wins. The traditional sectors will carry on as they are. Manufacturers working at 40% capacity, input providers not being able to size their markets, all of the rest of it. And tech companies will keep providing awesome solutions that will never scale, and the farmers and the markets will everybody will keep being the same. So if everybody moves a little, the whole system can move a lot. So that's what I want to end with, and I also want to apologize. I think a lot of people were expecting a really cool talk on tech, but I purposely did not want to do that because I think that's the real magic
of data for it to be, usable. What do we really need to do? And also, the legal framework around the use of this data. What has been your experience so far to make it usable? And also the storage. Who is responsible for storing the data, and how easily is it accessed by the users? Are there any issues around that you have experienced, so that probably we can have an idea where to start from? Thank you.
Sheila, do you mind just taking all the questions, then you can respond? Go ahead, Prof.
Yeah, thank you very much for the very exciting presentation. Can you give us a sense of how much it costs, or it will cost, for you to get this data into a manageable form for operationalization purposes, for operational purposes? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much actually for your presentation. My name is Mark Ambito, I'm a researcher. On the ecosystem that you've talked about, you introduce yourself like you are from Kuza Biashara. Where does Kuza Biashara lie in this ecosystem? What do you do, and how do you support this ecosystem?
Over to you, Sheila.
Great questions. And I knew there'll be more data questions, so I'm really excited that you sort of asked them. So I'm going to club those two together, and then I'll take the ecosystem one, and where Kuza fits in. So, and I'm going to combine them. So the data collection. So we've done the National Data Registry, right? As I mentioned, 7 million farmers were kind of registered. So if you call any of your grandparents up in the rural villages, they probably got a call asking, what's your farm size, what do you farm, etc. Similar to how we do the census. Now, can anybody guess what the cost of data collection is, this one-off cost of data collection that was done? It was $30 per farmer. There was a World Bank program that basically used $20 million for this initial data collection exercise. Now, do we have $20 million year on year to do this? No. And this data collection was done in 2024, right? We're already coming to almost a year and a half. Now, tell me something about data and farm. Today I'm growing maize. Tomorrow I've added some tomatoes. Today I have some livestock. They've had some calves. Some people have died. Is the data registry actually going to be accurate? Or is it constantly changing? Do we need a static registry, or do we need a dynamic data registry? We need a dynamic data registry, right? Because otherwise it's not realistic. Number two, do we have $20 million every year to pay to collect data? No. Number three, do farmers trust us to give us their data, to give them their data? Let me give you a very, very interesting example. We have 3,000 agripreneurs who work with farmers. And what we do is we go to the farmers and we provide them free extension services. So we have this awesome backpack, which I wish I had brought, with the edge computing I mentioned. And literally, you know how you have these screens? My backpack, I have a project, I open it, no internet, and it's got 3-minute TikTok videos. Who watches TikTok? So we're an older audience, but a lot of people will watch TikTok videos. They're 3-minute videos in 10 languages, English, Swahili, etc. And we go to our young people, they go to the farmers, and they ask the farmers, oh, what are you growing? Maize, poultry. Depending on what they're growing, that's the content they get. Let me tell you something interesting. Every single time, the groups of farmers have come to our agripreneurs, and you know what they've said? Oh, but can you bring like dairy content? So then the agripreneur will be like, yeah, of course, I have 42 value chains, but you have said in my records you're a maize farmer and a poultry farmer, so why are you asking for dairy? Oh, no, it's not mine, it's my wife's, and blah, blah, blah. So actually, farmers are not even telling us the truth. Now, why are they not telling us the truth? They don't trust us. Why do you want that information? Are you going to tax me, etc.? So it's not just about data collection. How do you get the best data collection? You need trust. You need continuity. And this is where the agripreneur model, and that's Kuza's model. The agripreneur model was actually ratified by the Kenyan government, right? So if you look at any county, we have partnerships with about 40 county governments. And if you just Google county development plans right now, you'll see in the budget line, agripreneur. Last year, President Ruto announced, for this country, we need 20,000 agripreneurs. That's the model. That's how you keep collecting the data, because the agripreneurs have been given the toolkits. When they hear from the farmers, up, National Registry. That's what you need. Now, the more really exciting question you asked, right? Who owns this data? How do you protect that data? Where's the data governance? Where can it be stored? It's a really interesting question, because you have to protect the data of the farmers, but what's the point of having a registry that nobody can use? How many people know that there's a data registry of 7 million farmers? How many people know about this? Few. When I was talking to the private sector, most of them don't know about this. So what is the point of going through a data registry exercise if the private sector can't use it, right? But at the same time, you have to protect the farmers' data. So where's the balance? So as this exercise, it should be government, and at the moment I think it sits with CalRO, the agency, and I think they're figuring out where the data registry should sit. But more importantly, it needs to be a multi-stakeholder governance steering committee. So in Kenya, we have really amazing data protection laws. I think sometimes people think they're too stringent, but they're based on the European GDPR regulations. So we have the frameworks and the structure under the Data Protection Office of how this should be stored. What we need is the governance, like a steering committee. Now, who should the steering committee be? Of course, you need government. But is it just government? No. You can get donors. You should get the private sector, so ASNA, for example. But you need to have a steering, and youth, you need to have a steering committee with governance changing. And that's how you will ensure that the data gets to who it needs to. So we've done step one, collect the data. We have the frameworks, the DPO in place. Now we have to move to governance and implementation, and we're not there yet. The question around Kuza, so what we do is one of the things about Kuza, which I found very shocking when I joined, we're a social enterprise. So what that means is we're a business, but we believe you can do business and do good, right? Profit with a purpose. And we're a B Corp. We're registered in the US, and that's what it means. So we're a Kenyan company, but that's what we abide by. And one of the things that's come out of this is we've realized somebody has to do the really boring work of building that distribution so that all the cool tech companies, all the farmers, right, can meet each other. And that's why we've created the network. So think about Thika Road. We're basically the builders of Thika Highway in a digital way. And what we've done is the digital and the agripreneurs, right? So we've got 3,000 agripreneurs in every county. And each agripreneur is connected to groups of farmers, to 200 farmers each, through the World Bank programs, etc. As I said, we have MOUs with county governments and the national government. So that's what we have done. We've created this network where you can access the farmers through the agripreneurs, right? And we're saying, come on agtechs, and we're working with 10, 15 agtechs, come on input providers, come on off-takers. In fact, now we're moving to off-takers, where we're saying it's well and good to start with farmers, start with markets. So we've been chatting to all the off-takers, from the big ones to the brokers to the aggregators, saying, what do you want? And sometimes when we tell the farmers what they want, they're like, really? Oh, they want this maize. Oh, they want this variety. There's an information asymmetry gap. So we're now saying, let's start with the market. Understand what the market wants, when it wants, how it wants. And then through the agripreneurs, let's train the farmers to make what the market wants. And then we can't do everything. We don't want to provide the fertilizer. We don't want to do the transport. We're not even buying it. But we want to connect everyone, that network diagram that I showed you, so that everybody can do what they're good at. But at Kuza, we believe in no logo, no ego. You see, otherwise and so that's why you probably don't hear our name so much, because we're like, you don't need a logo or an ego. Get this done. And then we all move together. And because we're a tech company, our founders are actually like pure techies, right? What we've started doing, and this is super exciting, is when you use Uber, how many of you get like ratings, right? Or you rate your driver. So we're creating a digital verification rating system. So now, everybody in the system, this is what we're building, will get a rating. So if you're an agripreneur who's trained farmers, like 1,000 trainings, your badge will say, I've done 1,000 trainings. I'm good at this. If you're a farmer who constantly supplies good quality, you'll get a quality badge. If you're a lender who pays on time, you're an off-taker who pays on time, you're an input provider who provides good training or good after, you all get rated. So now, you're codifying trust, and that can be used to unlock credit, unlock trust, and really take us to the next level. So that's the Kuza. And thank you for asking the Kuza question, because I obviously didn't do such a good sell of it.
Delegates, those who want to be part of the discussion, to actually join you at Impala Hall. They'll be focusing on unlocking regional value chains, cross-border trade opportunities for women and youth in the fish and aquaculture input feed sector. Christine, that's your subject. Philgona, Pamela, those are your subjects. So hey, Baraka, please guide the delegates. If you're interested in that particular subject, please move right away. You only have about 5 minutes, only 5 minutes for your transition. Once you get there, kick off, because at 10:20 we're closing for our break, so that we come back in good time to kick off the rest of the program. Okay, breakout session 2, Shimba Hall. Ah, my brother is here, Ferdinand Romoti. A big round of applause for him. He's there, that's your moderator. That is Shimba Hall. By now you know where it is. This is the focus, ladies and gentlemen. Agro processing and trade. Three minutes to get to Shimba Hall. Ferdinand, my brother, please make sure once you get there, you hit the ground running, because you only have about 45 minutes. 10:20, I'll be coming to close the meetings so that we go for our break, so that we come back in good time to close the second portion of our segment. All right, if you're excited about youth academia and TPET for accelerated agri-jobs, unlocking inclusive growth through skills, mentorship. We just have to stay put, because it's happening here at the amphitheater. Who is the moderator? Wesley Siene. Where are you, Wesley? Wesley Ukwapi. Come on, Wesley, we're waiting for you. We want to talk about youth academia and TVET for accelerated agri-jobs. Wesley, please take to the red carpet so that we can kick off. But in the meantime, very quickly, just to call upon the panel, the panelists, Dr. Esther Moria, Principal Secretary, Professor Maina Mwangi, Chair, Dean's Forum, Kamau Njoroge, Founder, Agrijibu, Benson Mwangi, a Mandela Washington Fellow, 2025, and Professor Miriam Kenua, Chair of Research, School of Agriculture, University of Eldoret. Please take to the front, get your seat, your space, ready to engage. And of course, dear delegates, please make sure that you also engage via the microphones, but at the same time we'll also have the Menti platform available for you. Please kick off in good time. 10:20 is our closing time. Wesley, yeah. Dr. Wilson Songa, are you here? Excellent. Good to see you. Thank you so much. That is already here. The key presentation. His presentation will be on empowering next generation, building a skilled, innovative and entrepreneurial workforce for Africa's agricultural transformation. So you really want to focus on that. Dr. Jocelyn, you spoke about the youth. Definitely this is the place. So let's find out. Mr. Wesley, are you here? Fantastic. Please take over. You've got 45 minutes. Start off with the critical questions so that you have good time.
Thank you very much. My name is Wesley Siele, and it's nice to be here today for this Agricultural Summit. And before we go into the questions, I have my panelists here. And before we go into the questions, I know Dr. Songa will give some remarks, and he'll do it from the podium. But allow me to
Information agenda. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to first probably recognize the leadership of ASNET, our organizing partners, and the Ministry of Agriculture. As you saw yesterday, we had the Cabinet Secretary himself here to open this forum. The Ministry of Agriculture, whose vision to make agriculture the engine of inclusive economic growth remains our collective inspiration. Now let me start, ladies and gentlemen. Why youth matter? We did hear from the last presentation that the average age of our farmers here is 65. This demographic imbalance is not just a statistic. I think it's a warning signal. If we do not intentionally empower the next generation with skills, innovation mindset, and entrepreneurial tools that they need, our food systems will not sustain the population of tomorrow. I don't think it's right to say that today's youth are not are disinterested. A profitable enterprise. We do not only create jobs, we create pride, purpose, and prosperity. I think the previous presentation put it very, very clearly. What the youth want is a tech-enabled sector. So let us look at what I've suggested here as a triple pillar framework. We look at skills, we look at innovation, and enterprise. Let us start with skills development. We must rethink how we prepare our young people for agricultural careers. This means reforming curricula in universities and TVET institutions to reflect modern value chains. From technology and data analytics to agri-logistics and digital marketing. Our youth must not only learn how to produce, far from that, but how to process, to brand and sell, how to manage supply chains, and how to use technology to solve real problems, be it irrigation, be it pest management in the field. They should be able to use real technologies to solve those real problems. And it has been demonstrated elsewhere that we can have technologies to address problems like those. Secondly, let us look at innovation. Africa's youth are natural innovators. And we have seen it. From mobile-based farm advisory services to precision irrigation and AI-driven crop diagnosis. Really, and it is clear to all of us, our continent is bubbling with creativity. All we need to do, ladies and gentlemen, is to invest in this sector so that these youth are enabled as appropriate, as they would like it to be. So what is critical here is the role of government, the role of academia, and the private sector. What can we do to nurture and connect these innovations? And this forum is very good for that. The chairman, ASNET, we must congratulate you for your effort of bringing the academia part and parcel of the activities of ASNET. As private sector, we needed academia to participate in, and you can see their role in this is going to be significant. We have engaged the government appropriately. So I believe through mentorship hubs, incubation spaces, and collaborative research platforms that link science with market realities is what we are going to develop to make sure that we engage this youth appropriately. Thirdly, let us look at enterprise and access to finance. I think yesterday we had a very good session by Mr. Machari of Agra on how the finance issues can be tackled to ensure that the youth are appropriately facilitated or assisted. Skills and innovation alone are definitely not enough. We must equip our youth with entrepreneurial literacy. And we have the experience. That can provide, and also have the institutions that can provide access to the blended finance instruments that were mentioned in yesterday's proceedings. Startup grants are some of the things that can be encouraged, and risk-sharing mechanisms. These were discussed very well yesterday. So let us build youth-friendly financial ecosystems that view agriculture not just as a charity, but a serious business opportunity. It is not agriculture as we had in the previous, it is agribusiness. When we are talking about agribusiness, then we will be able to attract the youth. We have been talking about agriculture for too long, for punishment. You see photographs of some old lady with a hoe. That was agriculture. We are talking about agribusiness now. So let us see how academia and the TVETs act as catalysts. Universities and TVETs are not just learning centers. We should see them as laboratories of change. We must bridge the gap between the classrooms and farms, between theory and practice. Through structured internships, apprenticeships and mentorship programs. With this, our young people can learn directly from agribusiness champions. And this is possible. When I look at the membership of ASNET, we have all the champions that we need, that these internships can benefit from. And when we look at the curriculum, I think with this kind of forum, this curriculum must be co-designed with industry, for the industry to be happy with what is being done at the universities. Ensuring that every graduate is industry ready, innovation driven, and impact oriented. This is really the way to go. And our youth all over Africa are just ready for this. Because it's not only Kenya that agriculture happens to be the main economic activity. Agribusiness is a main economic activity in all the countries of Africa. Now let us see how we build a culture of mentorship and collaboration. These young people need to be guided. They need skills that will make them participate effectively. And as we have seen in all the presentations, transformation is never a solo journey. We must build a mentorship culture where today's leaders intentionally lift tomorrow's. Successful entrepreneurs and scientists must invest time and resources in guiding young innovators, sharing lessons, and opening doors where necessary. I can imagine the kind of support our young entrepreneur here in the panel, Kamau Njoroge, the founder of Agribusiness, or Steve Rono, the project manager of industry support projects, how they can learn from the experienced people like us on what they need to do to move to the next level, so that as we exit, they are able to fit in our shoes and do even better based on the current technology that is available. This is the only way we can create sustainable talent pipeline for agribusiness across the continent. So we must emphasize a culture of mentorship and collaboration, because that is what will facilitate the learning and to the extent that we expect. Let us also look at the aspect of inclusive growth and gender equity. Inclusive growth and gender equity. Empowering youth must go hand in hand with empowering young women. Across the continent, women form the majority of the agricultural workforce, but remain the minority in ownership and leadership. I did participate in a project which was establishing food systems platforms in some of the counties. And this project deliberately or intentionally wanted youth, including young women, to be part of the food systems platform and to be given very active roles. And now I understand why. Because if we are talking about sustainability, we really have to invest in youth, and particularly young women. So our programs must ensure gender parity in access to land, finance, technology, and training. I think Kenya may be one of the countries with a very progressive constitution where access to land now is available to both young women, to women and men. So I think we are beginning to sort out some of these issues that have been hindering use of our young women in some of these activities. When we invest in young women, as you may agree with me, we actually double our impact. Because every empowered woman does not only transform her family, to some extent, the entire community. So let us see how this growth is inclusive and ensuring gender parity. So very quickly, if we may look to the way forward, from inspiration to implementation. And I like this summit's theme, from promise to action, demands that we move beyond just discussions. We must move beyond discussions, especially with our youth. Let us commit to integrating agribusiness models into all secondary and tertiary education systems. Integrating agribusiness models. And we have a very good representation from our academic institutions. This is the time to take these things very seriously. creating national mentorship and internship frameworks linking youth with agribusiness enterprises. And the chairman, Asnet, did mention the opening of the Kantaria Agricultural Technology and Innovation Center at Kabete. This would be an ideal institution to see how we can put this in implementation to make sure that we create proper mentorship and internship frameworks. Thirdly, expanding blended finance and guarantee schemes for youth-led agri-startups. This was covered very well by Mr. Macharia of Agra yesterday. Establishing regional innovation hubs under ASNET's coordination to connect youth, academia, and private investors. We may start this in a small way. A good example for a regional hub would be what is happening in Murang'a County, for example. Murang'a County is now almost the jewel when it comes to horticulture for exports also. This would be an ideal place to start a regional innovation hub where we properly see how the young people can participate in the agribusiness that is going on in Murang'a County, and ensure that all stakeholders are part and parcel of that agribusiness. Let us also look at monitoring and rewarding excellence through annual agribusiness youth innovations. And again here, we are lucky because Elgon Kenya has been doing this for a long time, rewarding the best farmers on annual basis. We can do this also, and I think it's part of what we are going to see this afternoon. These are the things that are going to make us start looking at things differently and attracting our youth in agribusiness. So in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, what may I call a call to action? To our young people, you are not the future of African agriculture. You are the people for the present agribusiness. The present agribusiness. You are the scientists who will improve seeds, who will ensure that our soils are properly addressed to make sure that the productivity is enhanced, the entrepreneurs who will ensure that our value chains are more efficient, and the leaders who will ensure food sovereignty for our continent. We cannot cheat ourselves. We must rely on our youth. We must put investments in place to facilitate participation of the youth. Let us build together an Africa where agribusiness is not seen as survival, but success. Not as labor, but as leadership. Our youth should start taking the leadership in this area. This is the only way we are going to make a difference. The transformation we seek begins with you and begins today.
Thank you.
Thank you, and may we all continue to cultivate hope, innovation, and prosperity across all Africa. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Daktari. I've picked the issue of mentorship, collaboration, very well presented, Dr. Songa. I think you are the best person to do the opening, having been a person who worked in the agricultural sector for long. So with me, I have my panel, and just as a brief, yesterday we were told that the average age of a farmer is 65 years. And yet, over 70% of our population is actually the youth. And we are told that in Africa, in the whole world, the youngest continent is actually in Africa. However, we still import our food. We were told we spend over 500 billion annually importing food. And is it that the youth who are actually the biggest consumers of the same food, is it that something has gone wrong? I'm so happy that my panel includes the youth. And to start us off, let me request Benson Mwangi to just give us, why is the youth not venturing into agriculture? And what's the reason? What exactly is the problem? So, sorry. No, that's Kamau. Sorry. It is Kamau Njoroge, the founder of Agribusiness. So, let me ask him to take up on Agribusiness and how should the youth transition from employment to entrepreneurship. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Kamau Njoroge. I'm the founder and the CEO of Agribusiness. So Agribusiness is an online platform where we are trying to link farmers to access farm inputs. And what we are trying to do is, for me, I'm a farmer, and for me, what made me to go to start the agri-tech is, last year, we were talking with my few friends, and then we said that we can venture into farming. And we got someone who advised us and mentored us that farming is one of the things that you can be rich very fast. So they advised us to do onion farming. So we took the process, we did some research of how to do onion. We did even a business plan to do the onions. Then we leased some land, we did some irrigation system, the drip irrigation, and planted onions. So in our research, we saw that we need fertilizers, we need agrochemicals, we need quantity seeds. We bought everything, and we are ready to harvest and become rich. For young people, we say kuomoka. So after planting, we waited. We waited for 1 week. The onions did not come out. 2 weeks, no onions. 3 weeks, no onions. 4 months, 1 month, no onions. So we tried to do, what's up? What's wrong with the onions? The seeds are not coming out. So we did our own research and found that we bought poor quality seeds. So the seeds that we bought were counterfeit. And we had spent so much on the fertilizers, we leased land to plant the onion. The land was not ours. We also did the drip irrigation systems, and it was very expensive. So what we saw that all the money that we had, we wasted it in because of one thing: the seeds that we bought were bad. And what we asked ourselves is, for us, at least we had some few savings. We had a few group of young people, we had come, we had the savings. So what about the smallholder farmer who does not have access to the financing, who does not have even access to the resources? So what we found out is most of these inputs that we have, they are poor quality. And we saw that that was a good opportunity for us to solve that issue. We came up with the idea of Agribusiness. So Agribusiness, what we are doing, we are trying to link the farmers to access quality inputs directly from the manufacturers. Let's say if it's continental seeds. So we get the seeds from the continental seeds, and then we sell to the farmers through our e-commerce platform. So what you do for a farmer, you just go online, order your seeds, whatever seed you want. If it's seasonal seeds, you get them. If it's continental, you have the seeds, all varieties that you need. And what we went a notch higher and did this, that some farmers do not have access to the technology. And what we are doing now, we have agents in those regions. We have a program by the government called Inua Jamii, where people are paid through M-Pesa and the e-citizen system. So we find older generation, people above 70 years, there are resources that they get every month, and they go and get them from the cyber cafe. So what we did is, the agent, we identified cyber cafes in all regions. So the cyber cafes are our agents. So when you go to a cyber cafe, you can order any input you want, and we have more than 2,000 products at the moment. So a farmer can go to the cyber cafe, order the inputs that you need, and you have access to them. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for him. Agribusiness sounds like the solution to agriculture, and he has contributed what is expected of him. Let me go to Benson Mwangi and ask him, why do the youth then not venture so much? Although Kamau Njoroge has told us he ventured, he had his setbacks, but he still succeeded somehow. So what is your view on why youth don't participate?
Thank you. My name is Benson Mwangi. I'm the founder of Fanikisha Hub. Fanikisha Hub, what we do, we are trying to bridge the gap between academia and the industry. We are working with the TVETs to have a model that we are calling it learner industry-centered consultancy, whereby we are also including farmers. And to my question about why youths do not venture into agribusiness, I think one, and I feel, I think from a very early background, me growing up as a farmer's child, I was brought up just like the speaker said, as a punishment. Agriculture and livestock production is a punishment. Is what you do when you don't have anything else you are doing. But is it the case? So in this case, this mindset or this normalization brought about the dynamic nature of the youth. Those who are in the rural area whereby you can do farming, they are always looking at that setup. Nitamaliza shule lini mi nitoke hapa niache kuteseka. So the dynamic nature of the youth that have been brought about from a very, very early age. There is that perception that agriculture is a dirt entity, and this is not the case. I would say the next billionaires are in agriculture. There is also lack of incentives across all stakeholders. The speaker said that these days the issue of land to the youth, it's not a problem. But I can tell you, go to counties like Laikipia, Narok, everywhere where there is those land injustices, you get that the land issue is still an issue. Coming to my own experience as a coffee farmer child, mzee hataki kuachilia kahawa. But how then do we bring these youths in this enticing agri-enterprise of coffee farming if even the traditional generation do not want to relinquish the management of these enterprises? Then there is weak support infrastructure across all the stakeholders again. What is the government doing? What is the TVETs doing? What are the research institutions doing? Are they intentional in whatever they are doing? If you take an example of the government, the programs that come, are they sustainable? Or is just, we say, a program, Kilimo na Biashara, comes, but it have some entity that it is only for 5 years. So is it sustainable for these projects that they can go beyond the timeline of the donor or even the government? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kamau. Benson Mwangi. Sorry, we don't seem to release the land to the youth. That's what you're saying. So yesterday, I think the CS told us that we need to. And it confirms what Dr. Songa was saying, that we actually need to mentor the youthful population. And to do that, I think the best people to do that is the academia. And let me go to Professor Miriam Kenyo to tell us what she does about research. I know she's the chair of research and School of Agriculture. Where do we link research into agriculture? Karibu.
Yeah, thank you, moderator, and good morning, everyone. Research in agriculture and how we influence youth. From yesterday, I have been vouching that research is funded by outsiders. That's what happens. Instead of our research being funded by government or being directional for our local needs, we find that someone comes from out and says, study this, which means that the outcome is not necessarily going to speak to our needs. Is it because we do not see the need for research? In yesterday's opening remarks, I didn't hear research being highlighted that highly. But the fact is, there is no country in the world, not even one, that has developed, exponentially without research. You find that they have done their research and they apply their research, and that's why they end up doing very well. So I would say that we need to highlight our interest in research in this country. But as it has been said, yeah, I do research. Yes, I do research, and of course I try to bring that research home even when it is being funded by outsiders. And I try to influence the youth to see the need to address agricultural challenges using current technologies and using current findings. To be able to do that, I engage youngsters in my research. I make sure that I take up graduates who have shown interest in agricultural research, and we walk through the process of making findings, and as well as coming up with new knowledge, and as well as using the information that is available, that is current. We have a biotechnology lab that is very, very active. We also do lab diagnostics, field evaluations, and also seed production. And we try to do seed production in the current times. We have aeroponics for potato production. We have apical root cuttings. We have pyrethrum using meristem culture. You know, we're trying to be modern as much as is possible. Also in supervision, I supervise MSc and PhD students, and while supervising them, I do not want them to just do research for the sake of it. I normally tell them that they are not my technicians. They are studying, and they need to be able to apply modern technology, modern knowledge, and new information, so that they can be able to come up with current agriculture science, and also to contribute to community. To do that, we need to speak with the industry, and that's why I feel passionate a lot that we need to be able to engage actively with industry as academia so that we can be able to influence the youth. But now, Mr. Ciele, I have one complaint about the youth. They have a mindset. They feel that they need to be employed. That's where their mind is. Instead of, and you see, if you've already set your mind that you want to be employed, it means that you do not want to do the things that Mr. Kamau and Mr. Mwangi are doing, because they've already set their mind. One small portion of the youth are entrepreneurs, agripreneurs. A small portion, very small. Because sometimes you see a youth, anakuja ananiambia, ati sijapata kazi for the last 5 years. Na amefanya food technology. And you know, food technology is so dynamic now. You can be able to apply the science of food technology to be able to address the things that people are facing now. So I ask, why wouldn't you open a cubicle somewhere and be able to apply your knowledge so that you can employ yourself and even employ others? He looks at me and wonders, is that really possible? But then there are also this other group that just thinks that I don't have hope, I'm done. And therefore, you need to be able to help them to settle out, either to be agripreneurs, because of course, in nature, there are those ones who can never think about themselves, they must be employed, so there's also that small portion. So I would want to say that first, we need to influence the youth to change their attitude. Second, we need to influence industry so that they can see that we have youth there who can be able to solve their problems and they get better profits, and therefore it isn't a problem to attach them. But we also need to influence ourselves as academia to be able to prepare the youth to fit agriculture industry. Thank you.
Thank you. A round of applause for Professor. Somebody jokingly said, in our formative years in primary school, we teach English as compulsory, agriculture as optional. But the stomach doesn't know English, it wants food. I'll want to go to Professor Maina Mwangi and to ask him, the private sector usually complains about the academia, and they say usually that we get graduates from your institutions who are half-baked and sometimes do not understand. I know this is something that we always talk about. You get someone who has done horticulture but cannot touch the soil. Is there something wrong that could have happened in terms of the curriculum? And how are we engaging between the academia and the industry so that we ensure that the expectations of the industry are met? Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Ciele. Good morning, my fellow panelists and the audience. I'm really glad to be here, and particularly to be in a panel with young people. I think it is important that they participate in this discussion. My name is Maina Mwangi, and I'm from Kenyatta University. I'm presently the Dean of the School of Agriculture there. And I also happen to be the current chair of the Dean's Forum. This is a network which brings together the universities that are teaching agriculture. Now we have 25 universities, I think out of the about 40 that teach agriculture in one way or the other. And I want to appreciate what has come forth today from my panelists and from Dr. Songa. It is indeed true, there has been, it has been communicated to us, not a complaint. We don't want to take it as a complaint. Actually, we appreciate the feedback from industry. We take it positively. And we have listened, and there is a move, and everybody has talked about it, to get to do things together, because it is our joint responsibility to train the next generation that will drive this agriculture industry forward. It has been said there is a role for industry to contribute to designing good curriculum. And this role has been there. It is not new. It has been there. There has always been room, indeed a requirement, even to demonstrate, even up to the Commission for University Education, that you have involved industry. Unfortunately, I would like to say we have, by and large, taken this lightly. But we want to really reconfigure this going forward, and there is a move. All the stakeholders are involved, including the Commission. But I want to appreciate very much what the industry has done, led by the chair of ASNET here, in setting up a center of excellence to really demonstrate what the industry expects out of what we are doing. And I want to appreciate really this coming up. We look forward to making good use of the center. So in the next year, in the coming years, we'll be bringing many stories here of the kind of exploits and big things coming from this center. We have others like the Chandaria Center at KU. But I really would like to urge industry, the other parts of private sector, and they are spread across this country, to take a cue from the Kantaria family and even establish other centers all over in Pwani, Western, because institutions are everywhere. And our youth may not be able to travel to Nairobi to reach the one here, even our researchers and all. So can others take up this and emulate and set up? I want to appreciate that we are working with industry and they are opening up their facilities for our youth to access there and get hands-on opportunities to learn. But universities need to open up our walls, not only because there has been this thing of the ivory tower, and it has been there, but we need to open up our walls to go out to industry, but also to allow industry to come in. We have experts in industry, people who know things, experienced, they can come in and participate in teaching. The research that my colleague Professor Kenya is talking about needs to be done with industry. Industry needs to be the one that leads in defining the research topics. But where is this bridge, which is the pipeline that will allow universities to know which topics are a priority for industry? There has been a disconnect, and this is why organs like the Dean's Forum, ASNET, will come into play this role very well. I would like to say skills are changing. We are not training our youth only to work in Kenya. By the way, I would like to tell you, graduates of agriculture from Kenya do very well. Even in other countries, you go to Africa, to Europe, wherever, and you find them there. And I know my colleagues have trained them. So when we are training, we are not only preparing them for the local industry. It's beyond, and even it's part of the government agenda to send our youth to go and find opportunities elsewhere. The other thing I want to say is technologies are changing. It has been said we cannot train for what we are seeing today. We need to prepare our youth for what we are, and we are the ones who see the future. What is coming in the future, 10, 20 years, we need to speak to them, open their eyes to which opportunity is there. I like what has been said by Dr. Songa. Youth do not dislike agriculture. It is the poverty that seems to be associated with it. So there's a lot we are doing and a lot we can do with the industry. We are together now and taking this responsibility very seriously. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Round of applause for Daktari, Professor Mwangi. You've said it very well. We don't train just for Kenya, but for the region, for the world. And the president, I think, has been consistent in saying that he wants to develop skills for the youth. Today we were supposed to have Dr. Esther Moria, but has been, who is the PS, State Department of TVET, has been represented by Zipporah Meso, Director in TVET. And I think the question is, the emphasis sometimes is so much about the technical skills, about mechanics, plumbers, electricians. Where does agriculture come in when it comes to TVET? And how are we preparing these youth? And what is the government plan in terms of the youth in agriculture? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll start by introducing myself. My name is Zipporah Meso. I am a director, vocational and technical education at the Ministry of Education, the State department for TVET. I come not just as an officer from the ministry, but a graduate of agriculture from Egerton University. So this summit really speaks to me, much as it has been said that young people do not take agriculture seriously. I chose to go and study agriculture very early. In the 90s, I chose to go and study agriculture. And my main motivation was observing how my family, my grandfather, was a serious livestock and wheat farmer in the Rift Valley. So that is where my choice to go and study agriculture at the university started. I have taught agriculture in secondary schools as well as TVET before I came to the ministry as an expert in the area of agriculture. So you're asking what plans the government has for agriculture, for these young people that are the present and the future of this country in relation to food security and prosperity of a nation. Because a nation that is having food security can prosper. But without food security, then we have a big problem. So to answer that question, I would say that the government found it necessary to establish a state department for TVET. And this state department is operationalized through the TVET Act of 2013 with a mandate to provide and promote access to quality and relevant training, including training in agriculture, to ensure linkage between skills development and the labor market competency needs, not just training, but training to address the competency needs of our sectors, including the agriculture sector, as well as promoting innovation, entrepreneurship, and lifelong learning for sustainable development. So this mandate places TVET at the center of Kenya's human capital development strategy, equipping citizens with technical competencies, practical experiences, and innovative capacity to drive the country's economic transformation, including transformation of the agriculture sector. Through the competency-based education and training approaches that we have adapted in TVET, the TVET system has transitioned training from theoretical to competency-based, and graduates from job seekers to job creators. The TVET sector is developing a workforce that is adaptable, employable, and entrepreneurial, ready to thrive in both local and global markets. That is why from time to time, you have seen our sector, that is the TVET sector, recruiting workers to go and work overseas. This is informed by the fact that we are not just training, but training for the globe. We are not just training for Kenya, we are training for beyond Kenya, and that is why our training is guided by curricula that is developed from industry occupational standards. So we have aligned ourselves to the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, and TVET is contributing directly to national priorities such as manufacturing, agriculture, trade, affordable housing, healthcare, and the digital economy by ensuring Kenya's youth are skilled, to power this and all the economic sectors of the economy, including the agriculture sector. Coming to specifically deal with TVET and agribusiness development, within this national mandate, TVET is playing a pivotal role in advancing agribusiness development as a cornerstone for Kenya's economy and a major employer of the youth. Through specialized training in mechanization, irrigation, post-harvest handling, agro-processing, value addition, and agri-business management, TVET institutions are equipping trainees to drive productivity, competitiveness along the entire agriculture value chain. Strategic partnerships have been formed with industry and stakeholders, which have been crucial in aligning training to market realities. I want to give a few examples. The Agricultural Sector Network, ASNET, provides a platform for TVET industry collaboration to ensure curricula reflects emerging agricultural technologies and sustainable practices and enterprise opportunities. We really appreciate the partnership between the State Department and ASNET. Elgon Kenya Limited is another example, one of East Africa's largest agri-input suppliers, which is dealing with fertilizer, seeds, crop protection products, irrigation systems, and greenhouse technologies. And as well as animal health inputs, has partnered with TVET institutions to bridge classroom learning with real-world agribusiness operations. I have a history with Elgon Kenya Limited because when I was a trainer of agriculture at Karen Technical for the deaf, they really supported that institution, even giving not only technical support, but providing materials for setting up greenhouses, which was very transformative in that institution. So at the heart of TVET's transformation is youth empowerment to ensure that every skill imparted translates into a livelihood, all an enterprise. Through these collaborations, trainees are gaining hands-on experience in input management, irrigation technology, crop nutrition, agrochemical safety, turning knowledge into productivity and innovation. So by integrating mentorship, enterprise incubation, and applied research, TVET institutions are empowering youth to be creators of wealth, transforming rural communities, and securing food systems for sustainable national growth. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for Zipporah. Thank you very much. Apparently, we have come to the end of our panel presentation. This is the 5th Agricultural Summit, and we said from promise to action. I want us to end by really thanking the chairman, Bimal Kantaria. I think your name has been mentioned. You have not just been a bystander, but you have contributed to the solution to agriculture by putting up the Innovation Center. So grateful for what you have done. A round of applause for our chairman. And please join me again in appreciating my panel and Dr. Songa. A round of applause for them. And I hand back the mic to our MC.
And many thanks for the moderator. Big round of applause for him and the panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, we only have about 20 minutes for our tea break so that we come back, we kick off in good time. So, through the exhibition spot, get your tea. It might be running cold because the rest of the teams are already out for their tea break. So let's meet 20 minutes. All right, thank you so much. All the best. 20 minutes.
izwi lamadlozi liyavela. Izinkanyezi ziyakhanya ngaphezulu, umoya uyazungeza ezihlahleni, amadlozi ayaphila phakathi kwethu, izwi labo liyasihola. Lalele, lalela, ebusuku lamadlozi. Lalela, izwi elingapheli, ubuso obungcwele buvela ebusuku, izwi lamadlozi lisihlanganisa. Ubuso obungcwele buvela ebusuku, umoya wabo usihola phambili. Abantwana bayathandaza ngobukhoto, amakhosi aphendula ngezwi, izizwe ziyahlangana ngomkhulo, izwi lamadlozi libe phakathi kwazo. Lalela, lalela, ebusuku lamadlozi. Lalela, izwi elingapheli, ubuso obungcwele buvela ebusuku, izwi lamadlozi lisihlanganisa. Ubuso obungcwele buvela ebusuku, umoya wabo usihola phambili. Izandla zethu ziyaphakama, sithela ukuthula nobungcwele. Ubuso obungcwele buvela ebusuku, umoya wabo usihola phambili. Ebusuku, izwi lamadlozi liyavela. Ebusuku, izwi lamadlozi liyavela.
Umlilo uyakhanya ebusuku, uletha ukukhanya kwangaphakathi, izizwe ziyahlangana ndawonye, zithandaza ngaphansi kwawo. Amadlozi ayaphendula ngezwi, izwi labo liyaphila emoyeni, umlilo uthokozisa inhliziyo, uletha uthando olungapheliyo. Izihlahla ziyabuka ukukhanya, izilwane ziyathula ngothando, umlilo waphakade uyasibusisa, izizwe ziyathola ukuthula. Ngaphansi kwenyanga siyahlala, sibuke izikhanyiso zomlilo, amadlozi ayakhonza ngothando, izwi labo liyavuselela izizwe. Umlilo uyasihlalo nomphelo, uletha amandla kubantu, izizwe ziyakhonza phansi kwawo sithola ukuphila okusha ngobusuku bonke umlilo yakhanya uhlangene nomya wezulu umlilo waphakade wesizwe ungumthombo wokuthula kwaphakade umadumbe athule ayakhuluma yezwe lithambile lasebusuku izandle ezimnyama ziyadlala zidlala umthulo wokuthula izinyawo ziyantshipa ngomdanso opholile umhlaba uyaphendula ngomoya iziphakaphaka ziyaphendula ngokuthula amadumbe akhonza ubusuku amadlozi ayaphendula ezulwini izwi labo liyathandaza umoya uyapholisa izilonda amadumbe akhuluma ngenjabulo izihlahla ziyaqhaqhazela ngomoya izinyoni ziyalala ngokuthula izilwane zasebusu ziyaqhubeka amadumbe akhonza ukuthula umoya wamanzi uyahlangana nezingoma izilwandle ziyakhuluma ngenjabulo umhlaba uyaphila ngomkhlulo amadumbe akhonza imiphefumulo ukulala kuyabuya ngobumnandi izwi lothando liyavela amadumbe athule akhuluma ngezwi lingapheliyo ukusa kuyavela kancane izinkanyezi ziyaphela ilanga liyakhanyisa uthando umhlaba uthola ukuphila okusha izinyoni ziyakhula ngenjabulo izihlahla ziyadansa ngomoya ukusokuthule kuyavuselela kuletha injabulo enkulu amadlozi ayavuma phezulu babusisa izizwe ngobumnandi ukusalyakhuluma uthando uyisibusiso somhlaba izulu liyahlangana nomhlaba angimazi ukuthula ukusokuthule kuyakhonza kuyaphulukisa izinhliziyo ngaphansi kwelanga elisha izizwe ziyathola amandla ukusa kuyisibusiso esikhulu kuyavuselela ukuphila ngosuku olusha sithola injabulo ngothando lukaNkulunkulu ukusokuthule kuyakhuluma kangimazi ukuphila phakade
isigubhu sikhuluma
the theme of this engagement. Our policy framework and government intervention for strengthening agro-processing and trade facilitation in Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, agriculture remains one of the key pillars of Kenya's economy. It contributes about 1/3 of our GDP and provides employment to the majority of our population. Within this sector, agro-processing and trade facilitation are critical levers for unlocking value addition, boosting competitiveness, and enhancing food and nutritional security. The government of Kenya has recognized this and put in place strong policy frameworks and targeted intervention to stimulate growth in these areas. 1, policy and legal frameworks. Kenya's development agenda, as articulated in the Kenya Vision 2030, identifies agro-industrialization as a key driver of economic transformation, export growth, and job creation. This vision is operationalized through the Agricultural Sector Transformation and Growth Strategy 2019-2029, which provides a strengthened value chain, provides a structured roadmap to increased agricultural productivity, strengthen value chains, promote agro-processing, and improve market access. At the regional and international levels, trade frameworks under the EAC, the COMESA, and the AFCFTA provides expanded market access for Kenyan agro-industrial products. In addition, the Public-Private Partnership PPT Act has strengthened private sector participation in key enablers of agro-industrial growth, including infrastructure development, storage facilities, processing zones, and logistics systems. Further, the government continues to invest in post-harvest management infrastructure, including warehouses, cold storage facilities, and silos to reduce losses. Smallholder farmers, cooperatives, and SMEs are also receiving support through grant, credit schemes, and capacity building initiatives. When it comes to trade facilitation, Kenya has embraced digitization through platforms such as National Electronic Single Window System and the Integrated Custom Management System, both of which ease cross-border trade and enhance efficiency at ports of entry. To develop the development of one-stop border posts, reduction of non-tariff barriers, and upgrades in roads, rails, and ports infrastructure are also lowering the cost of doing business and improving logistics. The African Continental Free Trade Area and other regional integration initiatives are opening wider markets for our agro-processed goods. The rise of e-commerce platforms is creating new avenues for agricultural trade. There is also growing global demand for organic and processed food. At the same time, Kenya's youth and women are increasingly engaging in agro-processing and agribusiness value chains, which provides foundation for inclusive growth. We must deepen strong public-private partnership to attract greater investments into agro-processing. The government alone cannot drive this agenda. Capacity building for farmers and processors is equally critical to help them meet export requirements. And finally, we must embrace climate-smart agro-processing and green energy solutions to secure long-term sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, the path forward is clear. Invest in supportive policies, strengthen infrastructure, foster collaboration, and expand market access. By so doing, we we can transform Kenya's agricultural base into a dynamic agro-processing hub, one that uplifts farmers, empowers businesses, and positions our nation to a leader across Africa and beyond. Kenya can unlock the full potential of its agricultural sector and secure its place as a leading agro-industrial hub on the continent. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Many thanks. We appreciate Bwana Peter for that statement from the PS. Many thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll move swiftly to our next speaker, who will have 10 minutes. We're exploring cross-border trade opportunities in the feed and fish sector. And to take us through that is Joe Mai. A big round of applause for him. You've got 10 minutes, please pay attention. We'll have the timer on the screen as well. Thank you so much. Bwana Joe, once you kick off, your timer will be ticking as well. Go ahead.
Excellent. All right. Thank you very much for the opportunity to come here today. My name is Joe Maye from Lattice Consulting, and I'm here to talk about cross-border trade opportunities in the fish value chain and in the feed value chain. I will proceed. I don't know who's control. There we go. I'll take a minute and tell you a little bit about Lattice. We'll move swiftly through that. Let's move. We are a 22-year-old consulting company that works across different value chains to improve those value chains and create better income opportunities. We are a locally owned company. Let's go to the next one. I think in the interest of time, we're going to skip that slide and slip the next one as well. Excellent. Let's keep going. All right. I think let's go to the next section where we're talking about the regional fisheries program, which is what I'm here to talk about. All right, excellent. So the regional fisheries program, which is why we're here today, we are in conjunction with Trademark Africa and Africa Continental Free Trade Area, leading a $46 million program to increase cross-border trade in fish and in feed inputs across 6 African countries and 13 border crossings, and I think this should be of interest to us as part of this summit with a need to increase cross-border trade. This program is going to be measured by the ability to improve 150,000 jobs and create 92,000 new jobs, especially for young women. Everybody's focused on young women, like I said, in 6 African countries. About 4 or 5 key areas. One is to help these business people to be more competitive for cross-border trade, give them opportunities to increase their participation, give them access to finance, work with trade support organizations to strengthen service delivery, and work with governments to reduce barriers to cross-border trade. Specifically, some of the things we're doing right now in this program is we're working with women and youth to strengthen the way they run their fish businesses so that those businesses are more competitive. And second of all is we're working with feed input suppliers from across the region to improve access to fish by fish producers to those inputs. Some of the things we're doing very specifically is we're providing, and the reason I'm telling you this is so that if you see a fit between this and what you're doing, you can reach out to us. We're doing technical support to women to help them be more compliant, deal with SPS and things like that. We're working with traders and producers to help them improve their market linkages. We are working with transporters and warehouses and logisticians to improve transportation. Of course, this program is concerned about gender, so we are collecting a lot of gender data. And then, of course, we are increasing linkages between actors in the fish value chain. And last of all, we are doing events like this, participating in forums to increase awareness of the opportunity that exists to participate in this program. I think it's important to point out, let's go to the next one, please. The opportunity here is to increase $100 million in fish and feed trade across these 6 markets. Let's skip that one. What are some of the specific things we're doing? Right now, we are working with actors in these 6 countries to strengthen the fish value chain, to strengthen the feed value chain, to focus very specifically on soy, on black soldier fly, and to, like I said, increase participation of women in these value chains. Let's go to the next one. Specifically, one of the things we've been doing is working with actors to improve handling of fish at landing points. We're increasing testing and training to reduce microbial and chemical contamination together with labs. We're training fish traders in the use of storage technologies, low-cost, low-volume storage technologies, and making these accessible to traders through loans and things like that. We are working with actors to improve processing of fish. Obviously, once you process it, the shelf life goes up. And we are also doing interventions to improve the way that fish is packaged so that it's more attractive to buyers across different markets. We are also doing business development services to help these SMEs run their businesses better, improve their business management skills, help them gain access to export markets through use of digital platforms. I help them to understand processes related to registration, permits, taxes, export and import procedures. We are also doing financial literacy for these women's groups so that they can improve their budgeting, financial management skills so that they can better access credit. There's no doubt that social media and digital platforms are going to be key levers in accessing markets, so we're working with them to improve their ability to use smartphones, to research on the internet, and to network with other actors in these market spaces. We are also training women and youth in standard operating procedures so that they are applying best aquaculture practices in the case of fish, good manufacturing practices in the case of feed, teaching them how to hire, develop, and keep staff so that they have highly productive staff, teaching them in record keeping, bookkeeping, and financial literacy. Some of the things we're doing in this program is market definition, market mapping, market targeting, and market access. And of course, the digital plank of this program, identifying physical places, mapping routes to market, working to digitize all the actors in the value chain so that they are on digital platforms, supporting payment processing so that cross-border payments are easier, and providing forums and platforms for actors to come together. In summary, what I'm going to say is the long and short of this is we are working to increase cross-border trade by $100 million across 6 countries in fish and in feed, with a focus on young women, with a focus on soy, with a focus on black soldier fly, and with a focus on each and every part of the fish value chain, from fingerlings to feed, from storage, from post-harvest handling, from nets and fishing, and all of that. And what we're doing today, we have a side event on the side. We are inviting those of you who have interest in this sector to come and participate with us in this opportunity. I want to thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you.
So Joe, thank you so much indeed. A big round of applause, please. Many thanks. We appreciate that presentation. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, very quickly, we are going to also listen. All right. Many thanks. Sound team, technical team, we appreciate your work. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, we do have GIZ Kenya, Kennedy, Mr. Kennedy, a big round of applause for Mr. Kennedy, focusing on private sector participation in national agri-food investment plans. Now, before he takes the stage, we've spoken about the afternoon session. So now the awardees and assessors, if you're here, would kindly request that you head to Shimba Hall. Whoa. So all the awardees, the assessors, please meet at Shimba Hall. So you can just gently make your way there. Kennedy, over to you, 10 minutes, go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Kennedy Okech. I work with GIZ as a senior agriculture economy and financial advisor. So maybe we can start the slides. Do we have the slides? Okay. So it seems the slides are not there, but I'll just run what I've been able to present. So just before I start, I'll just want to say that I work for a global project called Sustainable Agricultural Systems and Policies. In short, it is AXIS. And the project works within 5 output areas, mainly policy and governance. And so we have supported the ministries in developing different policies like the agroecology strategy for food system. We are currently supporting the ministry to develop a new input subsidy policy that intends to really make it inclusive, especially for the private sector to participate, but also to ensure that other soil, like organic minerals, are also part of the subsidy program. The other output is on inclusion and agency, where we work closely with the youth and women to build their advocacy skills. The other one is anchoring innovation, and basically here we are more interested in institutionalization of vertical innovations, and we are working closely, for example, with the CGA to support the Farmer Service Center. The other one is financing towards transformation, and basically here we work within the nexus of public and private sector financing, closely working with the public sector. Like, for example, we are working closely with Women Enterprise Fund to support their capacities, but also to create awareness in terms of the beneficiaries. Within the private sector, we are working closely with the Kenya Bankers Association and supporting their members association, especially towards issues dealing with nature financing. And then the last output is more of global exchange, where we bring south to south exchange and also north to exchange, both at global level and international level. So I think for us, the most important point here is really to bring to speed the private sector and their participation, especially in the Kampala commitment. So we are moving from Maputo, Malabo, and from next year we'll start the implementation of Kampala commitment. And so Kampala commitment is actually moving to 6 commitment areas with more emphasis on agri-food system and not just agriculture. And the commitments have been adopted by 55 member states. So we have 6 commitments, 22 targets, and 35 intervention areas. So Let me just briefly take you through the 6 commitments. So the first commitment is intensifying sustainable food production and industrialization and trade, and I think this is very relevant to the private sector who are involved here. The second one is boosting investment and financing for accelerated agri-food system transformation, and one of the target area is to raise around 100 billion USD in the next 10 years to be invested in agriculture transformation. The third commitment is to ensure food security, food and nutrition security, which I think all of us are aware and its importance. The fourth one is advance inclusivity and equitable livelihood. The fifth one is to build resilience in agri-food system. And the last one is to strengthen agri-food system governance. So the beauty about these 6 commitments is that they are really quite inclusive and exhaustive. And I think if you, as a private sector, if you target any commitment to be a driving force in what you are doing, there's nowhere where you cannot be able to place yourself. So I think from my perspective that the first commitment about intensifying food production, industrialization and trade, and the second commitment are quite relevant to the private sector. And these are some of the commitments whereby they can be aligned with your strategies, with your plan, and what you intend to do in the next 10 years, because these commitments will be running for the next 10 years, starting January 2026. So what are we doing? As GIZ, we are currently supporting the Ministry of Agriculture to review the National Agriculture Investment Plan that is ending this year, and also to develop a new investment plan. And the new investment plan is actually moving from Agriculture Investment Plan into what is now called National Agri-Food System Investment Plan. So in terms of the current status is that there's a team of consultants that is developing the new NASIP, National Agri-Food System Investment Plan, that should be ready in the next week. And then after that, we are going to have stakeholders engagement in terms of just getting the feedback from the private sector, development partners, government, and other non-state actors before the final NASIP is reviewed. And then we carry out what is called national validation. And then hopefully before the end of the year, it can be launched. And so I think before it is launched, I think some of the areas where we are looking at the private sector to engage is, and probably maybe this one is specifically to ASNET, I think it will be important to have a stakeholders workshop or even just a breakfast meeting with the private sector so that the private sector can really do a deep dive in terms of what the government is proposing in NASIP. And also I think the beauty of this is that there is a lot of diagnostic that has gone behind it, and also there is prioritization in terms of the value chain where the private sector can invest. And we have done some modeling through the support of Academia 2063, and actually looking at business as usual scenario, and if more investment is provided into agricultural sector, what will be the impact? And I think these are some of things which are interesting to the private sector. So the other thing is that next year, through the Ministry of Agriculture, AUDA, NEPAD, and also with GIZ, there's going to be Agribusiness Finance Investment Forum. And so this forum will not just be like any other forum, but it will be more geared toward the private sector, and where different private sector, especially in the agricultural sector, can be able to make deals and also be able to provide investment opportunities that they are willing to invest. So it will be a high-level meeting that we hopefully will be opened by the president. And so this is something that you need to take note and be able to come and actively participate. So I think maybe just to finish, my call to action are 2 areas. We need to, as the private sector, we need to look at one of the 2 commitments, the first and the second, intensify sustainable food production and boosting investment, and also try to really align your strategies, your plan with, and objective with NASIP. I think the other thing is prioritization of investment opportunity as per NASIP, because again, this is all building up not only nationally, but to the global level, because after every 2 years, there's always a biennial review, and each country has to deliver what kind of support or achievement they have achieved towards the Kampala commitment. So the other opportunities is support in investment and financing, issues dealing with blended finance that was discussed yesterday. Those could be interesting. Market access and trade facilitation. I need not to emphasize this was well put yesterday. But there are also opportunities also for the private sector in terms of capacity development and knowledge transfer. So the reason why I'm here is just to bring the private sector to speed and know what is going on, and really look forward to your active engagement in terms of supporting implementation of some of these investment plans that are national, but also have continental commitment. So thank you very much.
Many thanks, Kennedy. Private sector, well, great areas of engagement right there. Public-private investments for agricultural transformation. I think one thing is standing out. If we can do this on the global space, where everyone stands out and says, you know what, Kenya, you are the ones. We can also do this in the agricultural space. This is what I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen. That it's possible for us to make a name for ourselves as exporters. We've done that in the athletics field. We can do that also in the agricultural field. And we want to hear, and as we prepare for this, I'd kindly request that you take note that we'll be having a platform. Let's have the Menti platform for your questions. Very quickly, let's have that platform so that in case you have any questions, comments, let them be coming in swiftly and in good speed. So let's have that Menti platform. Just get your phones if it's the first time you're using this particular platform. Get your phones. And even before we start the panel discussion, I'd kindly request that you just post in what is your expectation in regards to public-private investments when it comes to agribusiness. Let's have that Menti platform so that at least once we start the panel discussion, we can get the questions coming in real time. All right, so all you have to do is scan the QR code on the screen. Scan the QR code. Or you can also go to menti.com, that's menti.com. Once you get there, you'll be asked for a code. The code is 5598 2063. That code again, 5598 2063. That is the code. And just keep it open. If you have any questions, comments, we'll definitely be glad to ask our panelists. Right now we want to prepare for the keynote address. And as we prepare, globally, we are known for this.
she needs. There's a big screen at the top of the back screen, and she's looking up at it, and she's on schedule here. She needs to run around.
It's been a race.
She's ahead of the lights. She's ahead of the schedule. Faith Kipyegon, the Olympic champion, the world champion. She's done both of those things twice before, but she's never broken the world record. It's an incredible world record. She's looking a little bit tired now, but she's left the light behind, and she needs to. Faith Kipyegon, charging to the light. Is it going to be a world record? Yes, it is. She smashed it.
She put our name on the global map.
She is 100% the best ever.
Farmers, we can do this. Can we do it? Kristen, can you do it? Filgona, Pamela, can we do it? Absolutely, and that's why we're talking about investment in agribusiness. And so right now, ladies and gentlemen, to talk to us about financial innovations supporting agribusiness financing, guarantees, and green investments. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Director, Cooperatives Banking Division with the Cooperative Bank, Mr. Vincent Marangu. Karibu sana, you've got 20 minutes to talk to us. Thank you so much. Makofi yake tafadhali. Well, Vincent, over to you, 20 minutes.
Thank you very much. All the senior government officials present today, our chairman, Dr. Bimal, and the leadership of ASNET, distinguished partners such as GIZ and other members of the diplomatic corps, my friend, former principal secretary in my ministry, Dr. Wilson Sunga, and all the dear farmers and the agribusiness entrepreneurs that are attending, good morning. My name is Vincent Marango. I've been introduced very well. I work with the Cooperative Bank of Kenya as the director in charge of Cooperative Banking Division. And at Cooperative Bank, we are passionate about agriculture. It's such a great honor and privilege to speak to you this morning about the topic of financial innovations in agriculture, in agribusiness sector. We've been great partners of ASNET since we started. And Chairman, I believe we are right on the path of the mission and the vision, and you've done a good job. The things you've done for the agriculture sector, the partners you brought on board, those who are in the platform, in our WhatsApp group, those who attend meetings, you well know that ASNET is having very great impact in our agriculture sector space. Cooperative Bank is a bank predominantly owned by cooperative societies who are mostly farmers. We are a bank that was founded by farmers organized into cooperatives back in 1968, when they were told that it is not possible for farmers to own a bank, but they mobilized adequate capital for almost 2-3 years to go and have a banking license to start a bank. And our foundation philosophy is based on that. And therefore, when we are dealing with farmers, with agriculture, we are home. As much as the bank has grown big in other areas, we've not forgotten our background, and we continue to dedicate ourselves in supporting our farmers, and especially on the production side. We have worked in various value chains. Those who know banking very well, and I'm sure a number of you have interacted with banks, you know, financial institutions in our country don't like getting their hands dirty. They want to deal with people in agribusiness at the high end of the value because the risks are minimal. When you're doing value addition, when you're aggregating, when you're exporting, there are adequate instruments to support. But at the production side, is where we face a lot of challenges. For example, today, if you have cotton farmers, and there's a lot of focus in reviving our cotton industry in Western and Nyanza, Kenya, and Coast region, and government is doing a lot of effort because our textile and apparel sectors of our economy can drive our MSMEs, our economy to greater heights if we stop importing a number of fabrics that we are using into making our clothes. And therefore the government started by introducing the BT cotton seedlings and supporting farmers. But they found out that these farmers need to be organized into cooperatives and be supported with inputs so that they get into cotton farming. But our unique approach to supporting such farmers is sometimes we look at the entire value chain and try to connect all the actors. And working with government, we're able to see that if farmers come into their cooperatives, they access the seedlings, and you assure them that once their cotton is ready for harvesting, they are going to take to their local cooperative that delivers to the aginary that does the initial processing, and then taking that yarn to an off-taker like Rivertex and others, and then Rivertex knowing that at the end of the day there is a fabric that will be done, and the demand for that fabric will be going to some of our players like Thika cotton mills, the Thika cloth mills, like Manchester, and many others. Once you're able to tie that roadmap, it becomes very easy to support our farmers, for example, in the cotton sector. And we went into that, and I can tell you, in Lamu, in Kwale, we've seen huge success in linking the entire of this value chain and having a solution for each of the actors in the process. And therefore, our model and approach to supporting farmers is working with them at the production stage, where we know if we provide an input support, input financing, linking the farmers with the agrovets and having an easy way of access to the inputs, and then we know that this farmer, for whatever commodity or whatever produce they are farming, you are looking at where will the market be, and therefore market linkage. Not sitting down and saying you're going to support a potato farmer to do the potatoes in Nyandarua without knowing who is a significant off-taker and bring them on board so that you walk the whole journey with them. And therefore, even in the potato value chain, the success we've seen is linking the farmers in Nyandarua in Nakuru County with an entity like Simplifying, which does a lot of processing and cutting the potatoes into very final products, and Simplifying having a contract with the likes of KFC, and knowing that when that farmer gets into potato farming and you support them with input financing and everything, you have an off-taker whom you are supporting, and you have the eventual off-taker who is doing now the actual selling of the chips or the fries, as we call them. So we have solutions that support the production side, the aggregation, and what I can encourage a number of us that are here, you could be a single individual farmer, a single entrepreneur. You do not need to belong to a cooperative. But when we work with you, we want to ensure that we are also working with the market that you take your commodity. And once we tie that, and we are very clear, we will not only support you as a farmer, but also the middle person, whom I can also call an agri-entrepreneur, and ensure that we are walking that journey together. So we have solutions, and the way we design our solutions, we don't base them on a monthly payment. We are able to tie the repayment to the seasonality of the crop that you are growing. Number two, we have embarked on strengthening the value chain linkages, for example. We are seeing a lot of our agribusiness entrepreneurs that are just off-taking. They could be off-takers in the avocado value chain. They need to do cold storage. They need to get vehicles to move the avocados from the market. So we have asset finance that is very relevant to the kind of crop they are dealing with. If it is commodity, the ones who are dealing with dry commodities, we have even solutions where now we are taking the commodity as the security. Even before the embarkment of the warehouse receipts system, we were doing hypothecation, or what we call hypothecation of stock. We take the stock that you have harvested and we ensure that they're in a good warehouse, and we structure a way of supporting you as a producer, as the off-taker. And we have instruments that will even protect you if you're exporting such commodities. So there are trade solutions. You should not fear. If you're doing a very small value addition and you need some manufacturing equipment or processing equipment from India, from China, or wherever, we have instruments that require you not to put your cash in advance. We can bring those instruments for you via letters of credit, and we're able to secure those LCs, not just with collaterals that are fixed collaterals. We are now working with partners that allow us to use other forms of securities to ensure that we are giving you a letter of credit to import the machinery, commission them, and then once you start your processing, you start paying. The speakers that spoke yesterday and even today, everyone is talking about the African Continental Free Trade Area. Is something we are looking at in terms of cross-border trade activity support. We have also instruments. We are working with our, our bank partners in those other markets to ensure that we can secure cross-border transactions freely without making you incur additional charges. We have guarantee schemes and risk-sharing solutions. We listened yesterday. One of the challenges is that the cost of credit is high. When we listen, our farmers want a single-digit lending. It's something that banks are struggling with in terms of managing cost of credit. But all is not lost. We have partners, and various banks are working with partners. Ourselves, as COP Bank, we are working with partners such as Shell Foundation, where we are able to have Shell Foundation take a significant cost of that credit, almost 7.5, and the eventual beneficiary pays 10%. We have a government fund that has been in the bank for many years supporting coffee farmers called Starbucks. We are giving it at 10%. We are working with the US DFC to de-risk some of our lending to agriculture. And in so doing, we're able to bring our cost of credit down to levels of, our levels of our base lending rates, and be able to utilize those guarantees to have more appetite to support our farmers. Somebody has spoken about blended finance. Yes, it is working. So what we are doing every day is trying to attract many partners as possible that have appetite in supporting our agri-business sector, so that we're able to see as a bank, how do we de-risk, how do we bring the cost down, and even in times when, because we cannot predict some of the risks associated with weather patterns and all that, we are working with insurance companies to ensure that some of the production side is well insured, is well structured. And in that, we've been able to support credit access to sectors that in a normal situation would not support. Yes, there is a lot of interest in green and sustainable agriculture. We have looked at the entire scope of the food systems cycle, and we are asking, how do we become sustainable? How do we support sustainable agriculture? Both at the production, at the point of taking the commodity to the market, and even at the consumption, so that there is also what we are calling responsible consumption in between harvesting and the eventual consumption. There is a lot of losses and wastage. Addressing post-harvesting losses, addressing consumption losses where a lot of food is lost through irresponsible consumption. So we have a lot of appetite in climate smart agriculture, and in our ESG framework, as a reporting entity, we have worked with partners that are telling us, we'll give you incentives. If you support climate smart agriculture, we'll give you incentives. When we get those incentives, we are not recognizing the incentives because they are monetary incentives. We are not recognizing them as income. We are using them either to build more capacity or to pass that benefit to our agribusiness customers that we work with. We are working with partners in renewable energy, in agro-processing. Today, if you're having a mini processing and you are powering it with solar, I can tell you, we have solutions that will support you at a lower cost of credit, and will ensure that we even link you with some of the partners who are giving you credit in terms of carbon credit programs and all that. So our appetite for green and sustainable agriculture, I cannot overemphasize. I'll give one example in the coffee sector where we are supporting a lot of reforms in the coffee sector. As a bank, we were privileged 3 years ago through a very competitive process to be appointed as the provider of the direct settlement system in the coffee sector. We developed a system that was carrying every player in the coffee value chain to be able to see transparency of how coffee moves from when farmers harvest it to when it is taken to the pulping station, to when it is dried, to become parchment, to when it is milled, to become clean coffee, or what we call the green coffee, to when it is presented to the auction or direct market for sale. And there are various players involved in that entire process. There are also buyers, both local and international. And our coffee direct settlement system has been able to settle very efficiently coffee now worth in excess of 120 billion for the last 3 years. We are now in the 3rd season. Sale number 3 happened yesterday. The buyers bid for the coffee at the auction. They will start doing the payments today, and they pay into the direct settlement system. And within 5 days, we are required to settle those funds to the farmers' accounts in their societies, and if the individual farmers, what we call the estate farmers, we are settling them efficiently within 5 days. That settlement system is working wonders. What has it done? It has given us a lot of solutions and models of financing the players in that value chain. For example, the coffee traders, those who buy coffee, we're able now to give them trade lines, even when they don't have money, because the coffee is in the warehouse. And we can see in the system when the coffee is moving out, we have to give an instrument called a coffee warranty. So because we're in control of that, we can give any amount of limit depending on the ability of that buyer. We are also able to finance our coffee farmers efficiently, because right now, recovery of any coffee debt is done at the direct settlement system level. So the appetite of lending to coffee farmers, to the ones who are doing value addition, has become even better. We are digitizing agriculture. We have what we call the CoBank Soko platform. Most of you have heard about it, which is a digital marketplace for players in the agriculture sector. Both producers, the farmers, the buyers, the agrovets, what we call the input suppliers, and anyone can get into that platform and be able to interact with all the players. So what has this done? It has brought transparency in price discovery, transparency in pricing of commodities, in accessing markets. And in that, we feel, as a bank, we are supporting innovations so that we have a shared vision, what we call inclusive growth, shared prosperity, because as a bank, that's what we stand for. So we will scale up our approach, leveraging on our unique cooperative model, but also going hand in hand to hold our individual agribusiness players so that they prosper. We work closely with the government, with development partners, and all our cooperatives so that we unlock the full potential in this sector. I want to say in conclusion that we are available for business, we are open for business and for discussions. I came today with my head of agribusiness, Douglas Gatimu is here, and a team of other colleagues who were here even yesterday, and will be willing to share contact so that we continue the discussion. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you so much indeed, Asante Sana, for that keynote. Public-private investments for agricultural transformation. That's basically what we want to focus on. And we do have a high-level panel discussion. And we are ready. Thank you so much, Cooperative Bank, for that presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a moment for your questions, but for the intro, we'll just want to get the preliminary remarks from our panelists. And so I'd kindly call upon the panelists to please come to this particular side so that we can have a view of you as you speak to us. So I'll quickly start with Dr. Sophia Bomet. Please welcome. Project Manager, Sustainable Agricultural Systems and Policies, GIZ. A big round of applause for her, please. Karibu sana. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Next on line, we will have all right, up next, ladies and gentlemen, let's have Matthew Kamau. Matthew Kamau representing the PS, State Department for Trade. PS Regina Ombam. Karibu sana, Bwana Matthew Kamau. Makofi yake tafadhali. As he comes, thank you so much. Up next, we'll also have representing State Department for Agriculture, Bwana Kubok. Are you here? Karibu sana, thank you so much indeed. Makofi yake tafadhali, thank you so much, we appreciate your presence. State Department for Livestock, do we have a representative? All right. State Department for Cooperatives, a representative. Please come forward as well. And of course, as the chairman, he'll be joining us shortly, Dr. Bimal. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and on the screen you have an opportunity to post your questions real time so that we can ask our dear panelists to respond. Thank you so much. All right, we're ready to kick off. And to start us off, probably just a general understanding from your perspective as you make your preliminary remarks and engage the audience here. When it comes to that public-private investment for agricultural transformation, how practical is that from your experience? How practical is that? Just give us your thoughts in regards to that, then we can continue on. Let me start with Hillary. Hillary Shege, representing State Department for Livestock. If we could kindly have more microphones here, we'll really appreciate. Technical team?
Good afternoon. I'm Hillary Shege. I'm representing Livestock Department. And what we can say from our own perspective and from the experiences which are happening in this country and beyond is that the public-private investment partnership is the way to go. Because the public sector is the one which is having the policies, the regulation, and creating a enabling environment for the private sector to thrive. And we can just look at what happens in the livestock sector.
Right.
That we need that enabling environment for exporters of livestock products, even at the production level. So I believe that is the way to go. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. A big round of applause for Hillary. Many thanks. If you have any questions for Hillary, just start with his name, first name, Hillary, then you can ask questions. But thank you so much for really making it clear that the public, the government is there to create that enabling environment. Very important. Dr. Sophia, over to you.
Yes, good afternoon. So my name is Sophia Baumert. I'm working for the German Development Corporation, GIZ, and it is literally a high-level event. I have a great view from here, so good to see you all. So actually, I would like to refer to what my colleague Kennedy has alluded to the Kampala-Kadab agenda and the commitment that the public annual budget should be allocated to agriculture by 10%, and we are right now by 5%. So it's quite clear that private capital mobilization is essential to reach the capital target that is required to really do a transformation of the agri-food systems. And this is where the private sector is coming in. And the private investments need to be catalyzed mainly for the agro-processing and large-scale farming, while the public sector is coming in for investments that have more impact on poverty reduction. And I guess the mobilization of private sector capital requires like public co-investments, blended finance, and de-risking investments. But I'm happy to talk more about it when I get more time.
All right, many thanks. A big round of applause for Dr. Sophia. If you have any questions for Dr. Sophia, just is it possible we'll just use your first name, Sophia? All right, thank you so much. Okay, let's move on to Matthew. What are your thoughts? Public-private investment for agricultural transformation, how practical has it been in the past and even moving forward?
Thank you very much, Mokazi. Good afternoon. As you've been told, my name is Matthew Kamau from the State Department for Trade. I'm in charge of the WTO section. Now, that question, it goes without saying. if you look at the history of development of different countries, agriculture has always been on the forefront. I mean, you can't do anything before you have some food in your stomach. Let's start there first. And it affects so many other sectors. And so that's something that goes without saying. But without repeating anything that my colleagues have said, the other factor that comes in, if we come specifically to Kenya, the government has done so many things on this area that we can't discuss all of them today or right now. But for the private sector, it's also good to note that we have very many policies, legal provisions. For example, the Public-Private Act, anchored under the National Treasury, a law which outlines on how this partnership can happen. This partnership have happened in different spheres. So for agriculture, it's for you to research and see, is there a connection when it comes to the agricultural sector? So that, it goes without saying. There's the issue of transforming our economy in terms of what I'll be talking about later, in terms of trade, and seeing how our exports and what we can get from other countries to use in terms of developing or spearheading that process. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Matthew. Big round of applause for Matthew. If you have any questions for Matthew, representing State Department for Trade, please start with his name, Matthew, and we'll be glad to forward those questions to him. Dr. Bimal, welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for your presence. We're basically starting, we're just looking at the practicality of public-private investments for agricultural transformation in the past, going forward. How practical has that been? All right, so let's move on to Kubok, representing State Department for Trade. Go ahead, what are your thoughts?
Thank you so much, Mr. Makazi. As you heard, my name is Kubok Leonard. I'm a Deputy Director, Crop Resources Management, State Department for Agriculture, sitting in for our PS, Dr. Kiprono Rono. Now, the setting for us currently, and in the next few years or decades, is agri-food systems transformation. And the government has embraced that call. But the fact is, we cannot, as a public sector, undertake any transformation through public financing alone. That one is a fact. It is also an indisputable fact that the private sector is the single largest investor in the agriculture sector. And therefore, if the private sector is accounting for the bulk of all activities, processes in the entire value chain node, including financing, input supply, far exceeding what the public sector is investing or has invested in the previous days, then we need to seize this opportunity of PPPs. It is necessary, it is an imperative, and we need to do all that it takes to encourage investments by the private sector. Thank you.
Thank you so much indeed. If you have any questions for Kubok, just start with his name and we'll forward the questions. Dr. Bimal.
So I have a slightly controversial point of view. My point of view is, I think the private sector should just be allowed to do biashara and make profit. I think the best thing government can do is just make regulations, make the laws, and enforce them. The minute government comes into business, it's a different skill set. You know, government may not have the skill set, and private sector obviously don't have the skill set to self-regulate. So I think that what I'm happy to hear, Bwana Kubok, and government in particular, you've understood that in the last few years. So if you look at the sugarcane sector, I'll give you an example. Sugarcane in the last 2 or 3 years has been completely privatized. The mills have now been taken over by private companies. Controversial, not controversial. How they did it, is it not important? What is important to know is hopefully this year, Kenya will be completely self-sufficient in sugar. We don't need to import that much sugar this year, maybe refined sugar, which we don't have the capacity. By next year, we're predicting that we should be exporting sugar out of the region, which hasn't happened since the 1970s. It's one of the great success stories of this particular government and the last, is they realized that government shouldn't be in business and they stepped out from it. So they've allowed that to happen. The good PPP model that Kubok you know about is the cotton sector. Ministry of Agriculture, Crop Division has spent a lot of money giving seeds, GM seeds to cotton growers and encouraging them, training them to grow cotton plants. The ginneries are privatized and the mills are privatized. So again, a very good collaboration between government and private sector on government encouraging new sector and private sector holding the hands and buying off the off-taker. Again, a very good example of how government and private has worked together. But again, my view is quite strong. Private sector needs to do the work, needs to invest, just incentivize us, keep interest rates low, allow us to borrow, open the market up. Africa Free Trade Agreement is an excellent example of opening up markets for us. The EU is a very important market for us. Asia has become a huge market for us now for our flowers. We're exporting a lot more flowers to that side. If government can do that role, private investment will come automatically, people will make profits, and jobs will be created. Thank you.
Dr. Bibal, just clarify this. Are you saying there shouldn't be any kind of partnership between public and private sector?
I think it'll be a dangerous slope if government gets involved in business and in private business. I think we'll be in trouble if that happens. Because it's not government's job to do business. It's our job to invest. Just create the environment for us.
Okay.
The macroeconomy. I'm telling you, Mazir, this country has got such clever businessmen. You can't beat a Kenyan businessman, I promise you. You go to any part of Eastern Central Africa, you go to South Africa, the guys who are doing business in South Africa, the curio shops are all, I won't say racially, but all Kikuyu businessmen are sitting there doing business. You'll be shocked. Go to a market in Cape Town or Johannesburg and you'll find Kikuyu businessmen doing business there. Go to Congo, Kenyan businessmen, the cleverest in the region. Just allow us a market, make it conducive, and we'll do the business. Am I right or wrong, guys? What do you guys think?
Thank you, Dr. Biman.
I should be a politician, shouldn't I?
Kubok, what's your response? I mean, do your work, we do our work.
101% in agreement.
Oh, you okay. Okay. A big round of applause. Thank you so much. And by the way, if you have any questions, just put up your hand. Christine, this is your moment. Just put, okay, we have a couple of hands already coming through. So let's have the microphones as well. One microphone can fit the audience. But for now, just so that we can get to the meat of the matter, let's start with you, Hillary. Looking at livestock policies and connecting them with private investment, especially in rangelands and animal products, how is that panning out?
Thank you. When it comes to the rangelands, one of the greatest interventions that the government is doing and which connects with the private sector is through government-funded projects. There are various projects, some of them like NAV-CDP. We have CARECOP. We have DRIVE. DRIVE is going ahead to do even de-risking of the livestock business by producers through index-based insurance. They're also doing a lot of reseeding of the rangelands. And of course, even trying to control invasive weeds. But our rangelands, they are actually the granary of our livestock. And maybe one way the government and the private sector can actually come into partnership and revolutionize livestock in Kenya is through exploring ways to have community ranching, big projects. Community ranching, where the land, which is there in the counties can be infested by private sector, community land, which is not idle but underused. And that kind of ranching is the only way to produce livestock and a healthy way, and livestock which can meet standards, which can meet the EU exports. Because it is our feeling that the individual producer as a farmer, they may not be able to produce and meet the EU specifications. But commercial ranchers who can invest and revolutionize livestock production in the rangelands, they are able to do that. But the government is doing a lot through projects to revolutionize the rangelands, even for the small-scale producers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Hilary. We appreciate the fact that you have policies in place. Many thanks. Let's move on very quickly to Dr. Sophia. I mean, we're looking at inclusive investment strategies in smallholder and value chain transformation. How's that coming through?
Yes, thank you. So Dr. Bimal, I think I completely agree that the government shouldn't do business, but looking at inclusive investment strategies, it's not only about doing profits and doing business and having a profitable business, but it also needs the government to really do investments in poverty-reducing impact areas. And this is where the government is coming in. And economic growth alone is not catering for the well-being of the nation. So it needs strategic and well-targeted investment strategies into poverty reduction. And let me give you a bit of background. So GIZ currently is supporting the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development in the update of the National Agriculture Investment Plan. This is the guiding document of the agriculture sector transformation and growth strategy for Kenya. And it has been outdated last year, and there's a new investment plan needed for the next 5 years. And this is really a great opportunity to also reflect on lessons learned from the last 5 years and to really have investment priorities in line with continental agreements as the Kampala agenda that Kenya is also signatory to. And let me tell you one thing. So there is a continental research organization that is doing econometric modeling, and I really would like to be an advocate for evidence-based information. So they do modeling on where each additional shilling of public spending will have the greatest impact on poverty reduction, undernourishment, and food system transformation. And I just would like to tell you 3 insights that actually must guide our approaches. So the first one is that targeting matters. And evidence shows that public investments deliver the highest impact reduction or poverty reduction impact when directly invested towards food crops and value chains where poor households participate strongly. So not only the big agribusinesses, but really value chains where the poor households are participating. And then direct investments towards extension service, research, cooperative strengthening, and farmer organizations, investments that directly empower smallholders have the far highest margin impact on the Sustainable Development Goals, and more than indirect investment in infrastructure. I think that's quite interesting. Then second, we must go beyond inefficient spending patterns. And I was quite happy to hear our cabinet secretary yesterday emphasizing that essentially we are wasting money on poorly targeted subsidies. And this is also what the modeling shows, that current subsidy programs show negligible marginal impacts despite consuming large budget shares. So I think this is also important to notice. And I'm really happy to hear that from the highest political level that this is acknowledged. So working on better targeting of subsidies, for example, switching from blanket fertilizer recommendations to bundled services based on soil testing or delivery through an agriculture system, also including the private sector, is already a big step in the right direction. And then third, the third point that I already mentioned is that currently only 5% of the budget is spent, the public budget is spent on agriculture. And as Mr. Kubok said, the private resources are urgently needed to really have the resources for the transformation.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Sophia. Many thanks indeed. And I love the way you put it, evidence-based information. And exactly, and as we come to the place where we'll get questions, let's just have a person, okay. Do you have a, let's get at least 1-2 questions from the audience. At the end of this panel, if it's possible, let's come up with action plans. 1, 2, 3 agreements where we can say, this is it, we're going to work on. Go ahead, your question?
Thank you very much.
Directed to one person? Directed to one of the panelists, please. Go ahead, your name?
My name is Charles Otier Naoko. I'm grateful to hear from the panel regarding the public-private partnership. My question is, if a private sector entrepreneur would like to partner with the government, and maybe it's like a startup,
right.
agribusiness, who in the government
right.
could help this startup business to partner with the PP unit of the National Treasury? Thank you.
Many thanks. Matthew?
Thank you very much. I'm not with the National Treasury, so I cannot give you point-to-point details. But I know, as in terms of the PPP, the Act itself and the regulations, there are parameters and procedures within which that partnership can occur. And even the levels that can occur in terms of that. But the documentation is there. We have many public projects that have taken place in Kenya on the PPP model. So I would propose you follow it up on that. You can visit their website. You'll get more details on that. Thank you.
Okay, Matthew, yes, go ahead.
Yeah. If you are not so certain about where to go, after this summit, come I hold your hand.
All right. Done.
If not, come to Kilimo House. For land commercialization initiative, the desk is in Kilimo House. That is for government land that is idle, and you'd want to do large-scale production. But the rest, we can direct you to the right office in the National Treasury. Thank you.
All right, many thanks. Another question? Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Njeri Njenga, and I am a vet student, and I'm going to address my question to Mr. Hillary.
Hillary?
From the State Department of Livestock. I am mainly concerned about the antimicrobial resistance in our livestock in Kenya. That has been an issue because people are using antimicrobials as growth promoters, and we have talked about how we are going to open up our livestock to EU market, and this is a huge challenge that farmers face. How is the government implementing policies and frameworks to curb this challenge? And also there has been a research about shortage of veterinarians and veterinary paraprofessionals in Kenya. How is the government collaborating with academia to reduce this shortage? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Jerry. Hillary?
So thank you. I will start with the issue of the animal health specialist. I know you have observed that the government is trying a lot to increase the number of institutions which are uptaking students to study animal health. Another intervention that is happening is where previously we used to have students studying only a 1 line animal production. Now, But nowadays you have seen students who are graduating with the two disciplines, animal production and animal health. So that when the student goes to the field, they are able to cater for both sides, animal production and animal health. On the side of antimicrobial resistance, this is one area which is a big issue when it comes to our specifications of livestock and livestock products. And I will concentrate only for 1 minute on the interventions the government is doing. The government is trying through the projects to do a lot of capacity building to the individual farmers. The government through projects have organized them into cooperatives. There are other non-governmental organizations who are collaborating with the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock. And they have introduced what is called pastoral field agribusiness schools in the counties.
Okay.
So these farmers are able to be taught in a school setup. And whatever they get through the field schools, they also practice at home. So really this area is only to be done through capacity building and the follow-up. And that is being done through the projects and the pastoral field schools. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you so much. Dr. Bimal, somebody even says here, 100% agree with you, and if I can put it in a layman's perspective, do your work, we do our work. Give us global real experiences where that has worked.
Yeah. So let me clarify again.
Right.
It's our job as private sector to create employment, to invest, but ultimately pay our taxes. If you look at the Kenya government budget, 38% of our revenue came from income tax, 23% came from VAT, 10% of our revenue came from excise tax, and 4.9% came from customs and excise. It's our job to do the bishara and pay the taxes, customs duty, income tax, whatever. It's the job of the government to use that taxation revenue to alleviate poverty in a non-commercial way. And I agree with my friend here from GIZ, but again I'm clarifying, it's not the job of government to do business, create taxes, create employment. It doesn't work, it will not work. So it's our job to pay the taxes, and it's government jobs to utilize those revenue in the correct way. And I think they do, you can debate about it, but obviously they know what they're doing. Roads, hospitals, schools, that's what they're paying for, and that alleviates poverty, increases, of course, education and all that. So there is a clear distinction between two. If you look at most of the successful countries, they marry the two. If you look at Western Europe, again, they have a very good social policy. Private sector raises the money, pays taxes, and then they use the money correctly in medical, hospitals, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The second biggest source of revenue is, of course, borrowing, which is, again, not a great place to be, but at the moment, it's a big part of our revenue generation in this country. So the key is, let us do our business, let us pay the taxes, and everybody should be paying the taxes, and let government use that money wisely. And I think that's a model that's used everywhere in the world. If you look at where it didn't work is, of course, in communist countries, where it was completely confused, and we saw what's happened to communist countries. But otherwise, most of the 80% of the world uses that model quite successfully. It's how we do the differentiation is where the game is going to be.
All right.
Am I right, Dr. Sophia from
Dr. Sophia, you want to give a comment in regards to that? Go ahead.
No, exactly. I think Dr. Bimal has put it in the right words. That's exactly how the work division should be. And for me, it's a partnership, right? This is the partnership between public and private.
All right, thank you so much. Question here.
Johnston, don't forget us on this side. We are here.
Yeah, Dr. Vimal, I don't concur with what you said. Actually, I concur with the GIZ, because the government has a responsibility to protect its citizenry. The problem that we have in our country is the problem of sharks. You see, coffee and tea, there's been a price for the farmers that sustain them, that the government has put there, that make money for us there. Look at fishing. Look at sugarcane. The cess that has been introduced on actually sugar, the 5 shilling per kilo. We were looking at a case study like Maharashtra in India, where a lot of sugar is going to make ethanol, spirit for liquor. Maharashtra is one of the richest states in India because a lot of sales from liquor goes to the sugarcane farmers. When the sales was being produced, I tried to put that link that per liquor that is being produced, the spirits that people are taking, let's only take about 3 shillings to the sugarcane farmers. Kenya Breweries really rejected that proposal. So our business people here, not unlike the European market and the other market, they have ethics. But if you leave us to the sharks, my brother, they don't care. They don't care what the farmers do. They'll become paupers. So the government must come in.
Dr. Bimal, quick response to that.
I 100% agree with you, by the way. I think the biggest problem in this country is sharks or cartels, whatever you want to call the middlemen. And that's why government regulation is important. Government regulation will manage both sides of the equation. Both sides want to make profit. Is who is taking more of the profit. And I agree with you. In this country, I've seen the farmers end up with the worst of the equation. That's the job of a government. We have got competition authorities have stepped in, monopolies have stepped in. All of these people have stepped in to try and find a fair balance. But it's a question of finding the balance on who makes the profit and who doesn't make the profit. So I 100% agree. But it comes back to my point. Government needs to make regulation and enforce it. Sometimes that is where the line is blurred.
Okay, go ahead. Question, you had?
Thank you so much. My name is Dionysia Dwerwaki from the State Department for Agriculture. Thank you so much, Dr. Bimal, and I'm still on you. Like I said yesterday, I would want us to come up, to leave this place with practical issues.
Right.
So my question is, in your view, kindly, Daktari, what are 3 things that we think we as government can do to create a better enabling environment beyond what we've already done? If we can be very practical on just at least 3 proposals, I assure you we are going to take them very seriously, considering the key value chains in this country that can promote or that can lead the promotion of investment in agriculture or promoting agribusiness. Kindly, because when you say creating an enabling environment, that is squarely our work. Kindly give us 3 areas at least, kindly.
Wow.
So,
go ahead.
I give it, Dionysus, I'll give you 3. I'll give you 2 right now. Let me find the 3rd one. The first one is if you look at what's happening in the floriculture export sector. Again, you are in State Department of Crops, and we've written to you as ASNET several times. You're charging 47 types of taxes to an exporter. 47. In the last 12 months, you've imposed 5 new taxes on our exporter. Madam, how can a farm export at 47 types of taxes? We don't mind paying taxes and we don't mind paying the fees if there's value addition against it. If you say to me, I'll give you a service and you pay the money for it, we have no problem. We've written to you several times asking you, why are we paying a percentage of our revenue, and you know which regulatory authority under your ministry is charging a percentage on our export revenue, offering the same service they were when there was a fixed fee per export. I'll give another one. UCR fees, which we're paying to Kentrade, is $10 per consignment, $10. Even if you sell 1 bouquet of roses, you still have to pay the $10. Some of our farms are selling 40 consignments a day. They're paying between $400 to $500 a day. Again, we've written to you that, why did this tax come on Kentrade? We are suggesting, put 300 shillings. We don't mind paying the money. The second one is that open the markets up for us. Europe is a very important market and probably the most important market for some of our exports, but we need to look at China and India. So we went to see PS Ombam. I know there's trade in the room and investment in the room. And we asked PS, can we not start trade negotiations with India and China on opening up their markets? China was very good. They opened up their markets with duty-free. We need to have a trade agreement with India and some of the other big markets, which are very easy for us to export to. Turkey is another one for our tea. We've written to you several times on opening up the markets. So in broad terms, reduce the cost of doing business for us. Allow us, reduce the expenses on if you're a manufacturer. I'll give you a third one if you want to hear, cess. Will you move tomatoes from one county to the other, every single county is charging us a different type of cess. ASNET has met government several times on it. We have a position paper on it. But cess is still being charged at every single county, every border, and at different rates. So you may be charged 300 shillings on one county, 400 on another one, 300 on another one. Where all this money going, man? We don't know. We're so frustrated sometimes. So 3 practical examples: reduce our cost and improve our market access.
There you go. Let's take about 3 questions very quickly because of time. Go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Koske. I'm here on behalf of Karen Roses. As yesterday, I had posed a question to one of the associations here in terms of being felt on the ground. Since yesterday, I've learned that there are so many associations that are here on behalf of farmers. And so my recommendation, mine is not a question, but mine is a recommendation. I recommend that the Ministry of Agriculture, as the umbrella of all the other institutions here, we've realized that as farmers, as a farmer, I said I'm a farmer also, as a farmer we are not getting the information on the ground. We have institutions that can assist. As farmers, we've been like helter-skelters. We run up and down to be assisted. We've heard about the help that or assistance from the cooperative bank and the other panelists. And for real, as a well-informed farmer, yes, I know. What about that farmer at home who doesn't know where to go to cooperative bank? That farmer who doesn't know that ASNAT is there, who doesn't know that there is an organization called KEPSA, to the ministry, this is to the ministry. Please come to the ground. Let the information flow. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tim Luke Odhiambo. I'm a student of nutrition. Yes, my question goes to Dr. Bimal, the chairperson of ASNET.
Right.
Okay, so we talk about the organization as one, it talks about creation of employment. And again, from the board here we see from promise to action. Ideally, we feel as the youth that in most cases, forums like this, we are always not taken into consideration. Like, I mean, there is not enough representation of people. And the organization is talking about advocacy and policy making, capacity building. Mark you, there are also some youth-led CSOs that are not able to access this kind of forums, and they also practice as farmers. So according to what the madam has just talked about,
right,
you are not coming to the ground. Okay. So that means realization of the action part of it is not being seen at the root level. And again, we are here as the state departments, but we don't get these things happening in the ground. People are not represented. The actions are not actually felt from the farmers. Okay. As a small-scale farmer, how can I get this information if I'm not able to reach you through, like you're not getting to our regions, like we're not seeing the people at the ground. But again, we need the information of which we can get this particular development in agribusiness. So it's a challenge that maybe we are not feeling represented, and it also takes part that you are involved in this. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, actually, it's a 100% valid question, and it's a worry for all of us at national level on how do we come down to grassroots level. The only way, there's only a couple of ways that we do it at ASNET. One is we use Chamber of Commerce, the National Chamber of Commerce, who are at all 47 counties, and they're a key part of our organization. So Chamber of Commerce is a way, and they're at every single county level. But I agree with you, there is a disconnect, particularly with the youth at ground level and where all of us sit here right now. You know, it's at government level, you see it, what happened last year. There's a serious miscommunication between all parties. It happens at business level. Again, it's one of the most difficult ones to bridge because it requires all of us to work together. At county level, you're represented by, you know, you have MPs and you have a whole bunch of people who are apparently helping you at your level. If that information doesn't percolate up in government level, it's going to be very difficult for private sector to connect. Chamber of Commerce is the only one I would suggest. I don't know what county you're from, but they're the only ones with boots on the ground. If you can connect with them, they have, all of Chamber of Commerce now have got a youth wing in it, and that's how information will come up to us. But you're right, it's a difficult one for us to manage. ASNET, for instance, is a representation of all business organizations. So we have KENAF, which is another grassroots farmers organization, KENAF, and some of the representatives, I think, are in the room. But how do we get information from you to me to Agatha? It's going to be a difficult one. Maybe Agatha, we have this youth forum and have maybe, you know, young people like him creating a youth forum in ASNET. By the way, we've just created at ASNET the very first students agriculture students association. I think the chairman, or you're down there, right? So he is now representing all the agriculture student bodies across the country. And I think you have 47 institutions that you're now represented at. Again, that was mentored by ASNET and by my company. They have an office at Katik. So at student level, I think we seem to be working. But once you come out of university and student level, I'm not sure. Maybe my friend down there can help me with that answer.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much. We'll give you time to speak, but because of time, let's just take the 2 questions. Then, dear panelists, prepare your final remarks because we're about to close. So, quick question. 1 minute, please. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Frida Adeke Okuni from Malaba Women Cross-Border Cooperative. My question goes to Principal Secretary, State Department for Trade. We are grateful you got for us an OSBP that is helping facilitate trade. But now the question is, we are supposed to add value to our products, and we don't have cold rooms. Suppose a trader crosses the border and he feels he's not able to travel for that time. Will our products be safe? Then secondly, it's also a humble request that at least you get down to cross-border traders, women who are dealing with the small scale. At least they be considered, especially when it comes to women trading, at least to get a daycare for them in the border. Thank you.
Women trading with children, very critical.
Thank you. My name is Peter from Cereal Growers, and I have a question to Mr. Kamau and Kubok on policy and regulatory uncertainty and overlapping and redundant regulations. You find that when each government comes in place, they come up with very different policies, not keeping in mind that public-private partnerships are here to stay, and governments are passive. One government will come and go. So before policies are maybe put in place, a lot of considerations have to be made so that we don't go out of the equation. Number 2, there is this question of duplication of initiatives by the private sector. Maybe Dr. Sophia and Dr. Bimal, the private sector needs to coordinate, work together across all value chain so that we remove the duplications. It is a waste of resources, it is a waste of time, and yet we have a lot that we can do together to achieve the progressive growth in the ground. Thank you.
Okay, we're coming to a close. Youth aspect.
Okay, my name is Caleb Odhiambo, the Secretary for Kenya Agriculture Student Association. And today, from whatever Dr. Bimal has said, I want to agree that government should not do business when it comes even to agriculture. The last time we left these people to do business, they gave farmers soil in the name of fertilizers. And we cannot forget this. And I want to buy the idea for Dr. Bimal that let the private sector to do the business without government doing business. The only question that will come is, when we will say that it is the private sector to do business, the same people in government, they'll be now having the private sector in them. They're the people, they will be coming with the new companies, they become private. The government will become private. Immediately we say the private sector to do the business in agriculture or any other sector. So Dr. Bimal, the only challenge we are going to face and the whole panel is how are we going to get this government to remain government when we're having private sector? Thank you so much.
Hey, Caleb, oh my goodness. Hillary, final comments. What's that one thing that we need to leave here with as an action plan? Point. Go ahead, as you close as well.
Thank you. From the livestock sector, what I can suggest as an action plan is one thing, let us continue capacity building our farmers on agribusiness and financial literacy. That is agribusiness and financial literacy. Because most of our farmers, they are not doing livestock as a business. They are doing it as subsistence. And you even find a farmer who is keeping a goat for 3 years. And that goat is meant to give the farmer money. Where from agribusiness point of view, a goat can be reared for 8 months to 10 months and it is ready for market. So this calls for a mindset change, a paradigm shift of the farmers. Because unless we are able to change the mindset of the farmers, who are the livestock producers, we shall continue having problems. So my idea is let us train them on agribusiness.
Okay.
And viable business models. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hillary. Now, there's a burning question here. Go ahead. 1 minute.
Thank you. I'm called Millicent Otiende from the academia section. I have, and also as a researcher, private-public partnership is very important, and it has been what we have been discussing since the summit started.
Right.
We have, at times we have a challenge as researchers and also as academicians, especially when we want to do research with the private sectors, like we are talking about the floriculture. So getting there to do research has been a very big problem.
Okay.
And I don't know how it can be unlocked because we are training horticulturalists, we are training floriculturalists. Mm-hmm. But you find that for the floriculturalists to move to other levels like professorships, we need to be in our line of floriculturalists.
Okay.
But you find that getting inside that industry to solve the problems that are affecting the industry becomes a big a barrier. So how can we collaborate so that we can move also academically?
Many thanks, Millicent. By the way, in the morning, we had a really impactful moment where academia and industry was actually closing the gap. But thank you so much for that. Dr. Sophia, your final remarks in terms of action point.
Yes, yes, private sector is doing business, public sector is doing the regulations, but both needs to work on accountability. I think that's applies also to the private sector, so don't wait for the regulations, but also keep yourself accountable, and this also applies for the public sector. And then maybe another action point for the government, let's work on the efficiency and effective use of public resources. You know, they are getting scarce, the resources everywhere. So let's look at the evidence that is there and really use every shilling in a wise way. And I would also say that you say policy making is evidence-based. It's used, this wording is used in Kenya quite a lot, but be honest, most of the policy making is highly emotional, or maybe at best evidence informed, but let's work on evidence-based decision making.
Evidence-based. A big round of applause for Dr. Sophia right there. Matthew, go ahead.
Thank you very much. How time flies. Now, before I make my final comment, I want to comment on a few things that have been going on and also answer the lady on the cross-border.
Go ahead.
Now, the cold room issue has been raised many times. The department, together with other government departments, is rolling out the implementation strategy for the EPA. The EU EPA, as you all know, Kenya has signed an EU EPA, and that gives us a market access to the EU. So one of the key issues, apart from things like scanners and incinerators, was cold rooms in the LSBPs, because I was also to talk here about trade facilitation. Having those facilities become a key trade facilitation issue. Now, about the women traders, our partner, the Ministry for the State Department for EAC, they have a program for cross-border women and youth trade. I would propose you visit them. They have a program that runs throughout. They even once invited us to talk about trade facilitation. So that one, I know it's ongoing, supported. Actually, I think GIZ and other partners support that. Now, I also wanted to comment on what Dr. Vilman said about the $10.
Okay.
Now, that has been raised in our meetings with stakeholders under the umbrella of National Trade Facilitation Committee. Now, that program, and Dr. Vilman will agree, by country, it is very, very successful. But the issue was, it was being supported by partners for many years. So partners had to withdraw, and we become self-reliant as Kenya. And that's why they imposed the $10. Now, when that issue has been raised, and it's being discussed on how this figure of $10 can be reduced. Yeah, but the program has to run. The donor has pulled out. The program has to run. It's doing well. We could, if we had time, we would have talked on more details on it. So I hope we'll get some results on that. Let me now maybe go to my closing comments.
Go ahead.
The first one, I would say, we have to push production. We just have to produce. We always talk about trading and selling and making foreign exchange earnings. Our role at the Ministry of Trade is to get market access for what Kenya produces. And we've done a lot on that. Be it market access regionally. As you all know, and those who don't know here, you'll know it right now, our biggest trading partners is African countries. Our number one trading partner is Uganda. So that's why, personally, I have a very huge hopes for the AFCFTA as a trading bloc. Most of Kenya's exports, you can check out the data, let's not talk about the numbers, but most of our Kenyan exports go to other African countries, right? So we have an opportunity there, but we need to produce, and we need to produce and produce. I once attended a meeting where somebody asked, what do you define as being developed? What is being developed? What is development? And of course, if we go to that, everybody will have his story. But mine is this way. If any person, I ask them to stand there,
right,
including myself, and I look at you, from what you're wearing, from your shoes up to top, how much of that is made in Kenya? Most of us, it would be 10% or zero. My shoes are imported, my coat, everything. So if the more you lower that, then the more you developed you are. That's the way I would define it, moving away from the economics textbooks. And so we can't run away from that. Number two, what I would propose is the issue of partnership with the private sector. We have many mechanisms and systems of having this information, because there was the issue of sensitization, information availability. We have many mechanisms of doing this. Under the issues of, and my brother here, Daktari, is aware, under the issues of livestock, the issues of sanitary issues, you know, when you want to export to the Middle East or whichever country livestock,
right,
there's the sanitary issues. For the plant products, there's the phytosanitary issues. We have a National Sanitary and Phytosanitary Committee. We call it the SPS Committee in short. And wherever there are issues which I cannot address, I know my time is running out.
Absolutely.
Normally, they're addressed through that committee. We have members, even ASNET, you send representatives, you have members, but now the big question is, does that information at the end of the day go downwards? So we need to do more on that.
Sure.
All this market access that we have, we've signed so many trade agreements. We go for negotiations so that we get the best deal possible, the best deal available, whether it's at the international stage, WTO agreements, whether it's at the regional stage. But we need to do more to fully exploit these market access opportunities that have been created by the negotiations.
Matthew.
Yes.
Thank you so much. A big round of applause for Matthew. Thank you so much. Kubok, your side, go ahead.
Yeah, two very quick points. One from the point of policy, as brought up by our young man, and on matters production. This country, for your information, get this fact. We produce enough food to meet the national demand by food types and dietary needs. The problem is inefficiencies along the value chains. We have information that we produce adequate amounts of food of any type for our dietary needs. Inefficiencies that lead to food loss and waste, as had been brought forward. For your information, every year we lose 9 million tons of food on average, enough to feed 15 to 20 million Kenyans. We have a lot of post-harvest losses, processing is inadequate. That is a point for you to take home. We need to do something. Two, the policy issue. From the historical perspective, we have had very siloed processes in formulation, implementation, and review of policies. This is a thing of the past. We are now encouraging whole of government approach in policy formulation, implementation, and review, for us to be able to ensure that there are adequate resource utilization. Yesterday we were asked by our peers that the private sector is mild, is silent. You're not telling us what is happening, what is eating you. Shout. I've had with a lot of interest everything that has been said from the policy perspective. I hope the report that will come out will be as loud as that, so that we find out if there's any inadequacies in matters policy, we shall address. Thank you, and have a nice afternoon.
Kubok, many thanks. A big round of applause. Dr. Bimal, close the session for us.
Yeah, so this whole 2 days has been about dialogue, and it's one of our themes this, in this conference is, how do we get government and private sector to talk together? This platform was excellent. Dionysus, you being here, all these different government departments are here and listening. So my way forward is what Sia said yesterday, is we must keep engaging with one another, government and private sector. CS agreed yesterday to have these quarterly meetings with us. We'll come and see him. And my request is, we went to see P.S. Ombam, wonderful lady. She listens to us and she's very responsive. But let's have these formal engagements, documented, minuted, having a secretariat, so when we come to see, I don't know, crops or livestock, there's somebody who's taking a minutes, and then we meet again in a quarter and say how far things are moving. With Obama, can we go and see her again? What happened to her last meeting? So just us talking with group to group and documenting our way forward, I think that'll solve a lot of the frustration that you're hearing today from the private sector. But I think today's engagement was excellent. And you, my friend, are an amazing timekeeper. Well done.
Many thanks. A big round of applause for our panelists. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have only 45 minutes to take our lunch, because in the afternoon, guess what? We're expecting the Prime Cabinet Secretary to join us, so let's be here exactly 2 p.m. so that we can kick off, and the award ceremony is happening We don't want you to walk away empty-handed, so be here at 2 p.m. Remember your meal voucher. All the best, 2 p.m. thank you. Let us remain upstanding for the Kenya National Anthem as we celebrate our beloved motherland, Kenya. As you know the drill, big high five, you made it this far. Wow. Aha. Thank you so much. Big high five to the person around you, because you made it. Yesterday you were here, you are here, and it's the 5th National Agribusiness Summit. Thank you so much. You may kindly take your seat. Many thanks, Prime Cabinet Secretary, for honoring this event. Prime Cabinet Secretary, we have people from Busia, we have Turkana, we have, oh my God, the whole country is represented here, and we want to celebrate everyone who made it here so far. So we are ready, ladies and gentlemen. It's a celebration. So we are ready to celebrate. We have awards set. But now, just to give us an understanding, in terms of just a brief, the introduction of the National Agribusiness Awards competition. What are they really about? We do have Sriram Baratam. Are you here, Sriram? A big round of applause for him as he shares with us the journey. Please. Welcome, Sriram. A big round of applause, please, for Sriram Baratam Kuza from Kuza. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Thank you. Honorable PCS, PS, livestock, guests, innovators, and the incredible doers in the room. Good afternoon. All protocols observed. What a two-day journey this has been. The 5th National Agribusiness Summit wasn't just a conference. I believe it's a mirror. A mirror showing us what Kenyan agribusinesses looks like when the government, private sector, academia, and the youth come together to think boldly and act collectively. The theme this year, from promise to action, it's more than a slogan. It's a challenge. For years, we've had brilliant plans and pilot projects, but this afternoon, we celebrate something different. Action that scales, that sustains, that changes lives. Look around you. These are not just dreamers who wait for things to happen. They make them happen. Every setback became a setup for their next step. When ASNET invited Kuza Biashara to be the knowledge partner, we actually put a very simple mission for ourselves: to spotlight and celebrate the doers. We received hundreds of applications from every corner of Kenya, from Turkana's drylands to Nyandarua's highlands. Each application was a story of grit, of innovation, of possibilities. Our judging panel, led by Jane Musindi from ASNET Board, Professor Maina from Kenyatta University, Sheena from Kuza Biashara, had a very tough job this morning. They judged using 5 simple and powerful criteria. 1, innovation, impact, traction, scalability, and most importantly, sustainability of all these innovative ideas. Because innovation without impact is just an invention. But innovation with purpose, that's what transformation is all about. And that's exactly what our finalists represent today. Each award category tells a story of what's working in Kenya's food system. Youth agribusiness champions, these are young founders proving that agriculture is not a fallback, but a fast track to opportunities. The Women-Led MSME Award, these are entrepreneurs showing that when women lead, communities rise. The Value Chain Innovation Award, these are the pioneers cutting losses, connecting markets, and most importantly, creating local jobs. The Climate Smart Practice Award is champions turning sustainability into profitability, and the export and standards leaders are those businesses putting Kenya on the global map and keeping it there. The County Enabler Award, these are public teams clearing bottlenecks so agribusinesses can flow faster and farther. Together, these categories paint a full picture of innovation, inclusion, resilience, and most importantly, the systems change. At Kusa Biashara, we've learned something very simple. When you invest in one youth agripreneur, you ignite an ecosystem. Every dollar invested in this network multiplies into livelihoods, jobs, and resilient markets. That's the real power of knowledge partnerships like this summit. We don't just award the best ideas, we amplify them, and we are giving them visibility, connections, and most importantly, the confidence to go further. And that's the journey Kenya is on right now, from isolated success stories to interconnected systems change. To our finalists this afternoon, the spotlight is on you. Let's give a big hand to all of them who participated. But remember, this isn't the finish line. It's just a starting point. To our partners, ASNET, GIZ, academia, private sector, and the government, thank you for providing and proving this collaboration isn't in theory, it's a practice. And to everyone in this room, as we listen to the final pitches and celebrate our winners, let's carry one message home. The future of Kenya's economy will be built not in the boardrooms, but in the greenhouses, warehouses, and most importantly, by the youth enterprises. Congratulations to all the winners, and thank you so much.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Sriram. All right, so we are ready for this. It's what we call an elevator speech. You walk into an elevator, you probably have about 10, 15 seconds with the person you meet inside the elevator, and you have to tell them about your business, and hopefully they're willing to invest in it. So, for the next presenters, you only have 1 minute. Let's have the timer on the screen. So I'll call your names, please be set. Michael, Susan, Millicent, Roy. Are you ready? 1 minute. Once you start speaking, the timer will start ticking. Okay, Michael, where are you? All right, let's take the stage. A big round of applause for Michael. And Susan, please be on standby. Millicent as well, Roy as well. Let's be on standby on that particular side of the microphone. This is an elevator speech. Okay. Once you start, the timer starts ticking.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Michael Karogo, and I am here from Pure Pantry. Buenos dias, karibu. At Pure Pantry, we are a herbs farm located in the Red Hill Tigoni area. We specialize in herbs for the export market. So we grow basil, oregano, sage, thyme, and rosemary. We started operations in December 2024. And our impact so far is we have been able to employ 9 people on a permanent basis within our community. We also employ quite a number of casuals. And through this, we've been able to teach the people in our local community how to grow higher value crops. For us, food security is not about growing enough maize to feed yourself. It's about growing something that can give you enough money to buy the food you need to buy. And so that's the impact we have. As for our future, we see ourselves becoming a direct exporter in 2027.
Michael, thank you so much. A big round of applause for Michael. The elevator just opened. Sorry, thank you so much. Up next, Susan. 1 minute. 1 minute. Susan. Fantastic. Be on standby. Millicent as well, please be on standby. Please be on standby. Roy, be on standby. The elevator is about to open and you're going to meet investors. Up, okay, fantastic. Thank you, Dr. Bima. Wow, so we are upgrading you. Susan, you're going to the very top. Susan, you're on the red carpet, but we want you to go up. Oh yes, let's go up. A big round of applause for her. Thank you so much indeed. Millicent as well, please be on standby up there. Just go up there as well. Roy together as well. Please, let's go on that side. Once you start talking, the clock starts ticking.
All protocol observed. I greet you all. Good afternoon. My name is Susan Modoni Madara, working for Avepo Agrovets Limited in Siaya as a agro dealer, and we also deal with the selling and distributing of farm inputs. We also extend our services, the agricultural services to our farmers. We also teach our young men and young ladies, where we give them the know-how, the knowledge on how to practice agriculture, and we encourage them not just sit, but have something to do in terms of agriculture. So we mentor them like 60, we have 28 employees, and we are great doing something in Siaya. We are really seeing ourselves on a higher point come the year 2027, for we know that our company will surely do it. And our slogan that we have is Avepo.
Susan, thank you so much. A big round of applause for Susan. 1 minute. The timer is on the screen. The elevator door is about to open anytime. Millicent, are you ready?
Ready.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. All protocols observed. I am Millicent Okumu, co-founder and CEO of Agriflex Limited. And at Agriflex, we work with smallholder farmers and agro-dealers, giving them access to certified and affordable farm inputs, drone technology to use on their farms, and also training. In 2 years, we've impacted over 25,000 smallholder farmers and over 1,800 agro-dealers. Looking ahead, we want to expand into 20 counties in Kenya, and we also want to get into more outlets. I come from Homa Bay County, and I've experienced the same challenges I am trying to solve currently for our farmers. Thank you so much, and join Agriflex in this journey.
Millicent, oh, wow, fantastic, well done, Millicent. Okay, let's move on to Roy. Roy, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Okay, let's have it, 1 minute.
So our chief guest, all delegates, our sponsors, good afternoon. Thank you for being here. My name is Roy Njoka. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Terra Lima. Now at Terra Lima, the problem we are solving is access to market, but also access to financial services for smallholder farmers. And we're doing this through a blockchain-enabled digital commodity chain, where we work with cooperatives. So we give them our software, which enables them to digitize the way in which they aggregate produce from smallholder farmers through traceability. We also give the farmers a wallet where they're able to receive payments, but also access other financial services through our partners, such as credit, insurance, and carbon credits. Now, since we were founded in 2023, we've worked with 15,000 farmers, currently 5 cooperatives, and looking to grow to the next 50,000 farmers over the next 1 year. So I'm grateful for this platform, and anyone who's working with smallholder farmers aggregating produce, I'd be happy to partner, enable traceability, but also financial services.
Roy, thank you so much indeed. And a big round of applause to all the preachers. Thank you so much. We celebrate you. Professor Maina, over to you to wrap up the pitching session. Thank you. Makofi tafadhali for Professor Maina.
Thank you very much. Our chief guest and already on the protocol already established. So we had an opportunity, me and 2 other judges, to listen to 10 ideas. And the 4 who have come here are a good representation of what we have seen. All incredible, good, bold and courageous, very tenacious in the work they are doing. The future for our country is bright. That is what we conclude from the inspiring ideas that we have listened to today. So we present the entire team of those 10 that came here and congratulate every one of them for the good work they are doing and the success they are achieving there. So and we are very happy to present them for the awards this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Many thanks indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, now we want to come to that place, the award ceremony. We are ready. And to guide us through that ceremony, a big round of applause for the ASNET chairman, Dr. Bimal. A big round of applause, please. as you guide us through. Welcome, Dr. Bimal Kantaria.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I did want to thank Honorable Musalia David for coming today. Prime Cabinet Secretary, it was touch and go a week ago. We had a very tragic occurrence in our country when, of course, the late Prime Minister Raila Odinga passed away. And for that, we wanted to, as a private sector, give our condolences to you, sir, and to government for the great loss we've had in our nation. And if you can pass on our condolences to his family, I know you're very close to them. But on behalf of the entire private sector here, we wanted to say how sad we are with the loss, and I think we've all lost a great statesman in this country. So, Excellency, thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much, PS Mweke, for coming as well. We've got a number of dignitaries in the room. I just want to quickly introduce them. We have on the very right, we have the Ukraine ambassador, Mr. Yuri, who's been with us since morning, Prime Cabinet Secretary. He's been listening to all our speeches, and what was interesting is pre the war in Ukraine was supporting us with 80% of our wheat imports came from one country. So it was an extremely important part of our food security. Unfortunately, of course, with this disruption, we've had to move our imports to South America. But between ASNET and his office, we're trying to find a way of bringing back that wheat into Kenya. It's a very cheap way of bringing wheat into this country and very accessible. So, Your Excellency, thank you very much for gracing us with your presence. We also have from the French Embassy, Mr. Martin Parent, who's been an incredible supporter of ASNET for many years. The ambassador himself has come to our occasion many, many times. And Martin, I know you are a good friend of mine, but also a good friend of agriculture in general. And surprisingly, Martin is also a sponsor for today. First time I've seen that an embassy supports the private sector. Okay, so Martin, thank you very much indeed for supporting us today. Thank you, sir. We have Mrs. Agatha Thuo, who's the CEO of ASNET, and between Agatha and the rest of the Secretariat, Winnie and Henry and the rest of the team, I wanted to thank you for organizing this thing. Agatha, I know it's been really hard work for the last 6 months to get everybody together, and we had this worry in the last week. Can we do it? Can we not do it? Can we cancel this event or not event? But it happened, sir, and you're here, and we're so grateful that you're here, and we're so happy to see you, sir. So well done, Agatha and team. I wanted to recognize the presence of architect Lee Karuri. Where is Lee sitting? Is he here? Lee is over there. So architect Lee Karuri was actually the architect of ASNET, and he's of course past chairman of KEPSA, and a very eminent personality in this country. And Lee, we wanted to thank you for your presence as well. We have a number of board directors and trustees of ASNET. If they just quickly stand to be recognized. I know they're all there. Just be stand up and recognize. They're all sitting all over the place. Professor Miriam, technical committee, well done to all of you for coming. Thank you very much indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, as I said, this is the umbrella body for agriculture in this country. We work a lot with PS Mike's office. We work a lot with PS Rono. Yesterday, we were very grateful that the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture, Honorable Mutahi Kagwe, was our chief guest, along with PS Juma Mukwana from Trade. How it happens in agriculture sector, which is maybe unusual in other sectors, is where the private sector and your Ministry of Agriculture are very close. We work so well together. Sometimes I'm shouting at PS in the middle of, well, not shouting, but very politely requesting him that we have this problem somewhere. PS, can you please help? Him and PS Rono have never let us down, PCS. Even in the middle of the night on a weekend, these two gentlemen are incredible. They work hard, they support private sector. And if you can somehow promote them to higher levels or a higher paycheck, I'm sure they'll be very appreciative. But to be honest, what PS is doing with livestock, we're very grateful. He's got a separate committee managed by McKinsey. You've got all the private sector working with you regularly. You meet regularly and you talk about private sector issues. And on the other side, PS Rono also does the same. Yesterday, most of you heard that Cabinet Secretary Mutahi Kagwe has agreed that he will have PPD meetings with ASNET on a regular basis every quarter. We've now organized to have the very first meeting next week in his office, so all the leaders of various value chains in agriculture will go together, and led by ASNET, and we will sit in his office and go through the various issues, and he's agreed to chair that meeting as well. So the relationship between private sector and Ministry of Agriculture, I can't say about other ministries, but I'm just happy that our ministry is excellent, and we have some really good leaders, and we're grateful for the interaction we have with them. PCS, you know, it would be remiss of me to be on stage and not ask for a few things, sir. And I know a lot of the government officials are here, and it'll be wrong for me to say what is hurting some of us. PCS, one of the big problems we're having is in the last few months, a number of the regulatory authorities have increased their taxes to private sector. One of the ones that are disturbing us a lot is CenTrade. CenTrade is the new electronic system for exports. Every consignment that leaves this country is charged $10 per consignment. So even if you're exporting a small box of mangoes, you're charged $10. We spoke to the President, His Excellency, at the Presidential Roundtable meeting, and he had agreed to reduce from $10 to $3 or 300 shillings. We hope that the Minister of State Department of Trade can help us to reduce it to 300 shillings instead of $10. Small request, and His Excellency had agreed to that. And the second one, Your Excellency, CenTrade. So every export document has to have a $10 tax on it. So if you're exporting 30 or 40 consignments, you're having to pay 50, 60,000 shillings per day. The second one, it's a small request, sir, but a lot of our farms are now buying flowers from outgrowers. They consolidate those flowers, make bouquets, and then they export them to the UK or wherever. Unfortunately, that inter-trade of flowers between small farmers and the big consolidators is attracting 16% VAT PS. The problem with that one is because of VAT refund issues, a lot of the big farmers are not willing to buy from small farmers anymore. So if we can allow small flower sellers to zero rate VAT on those flowers, it'll solve a big chunk of the problems of buying from small flower growers and consolidating in the big farms and then exporting. That'll just two things we want from government, and these are not very big financial contributions to the exchequer. Third thing, Your Excellency, we're very happy with His Excellency's reach out to open up new markets for us. China has now said duty-free access for Kenyan produce, which is wonderful. We're hoping that, Your Excellency, you can talk to PS Trade, that can they start bilateral negotiations with India and Turkey, if they can open up, reduce their tariffs to Kenyan produce so we can export more flowers and tea and coffee to some of these big markets. I know PS Obama is excellent, we meet her often, but if it can be put on higher on the agenda, that some of these trade negotiations are very important to us, so we can open markets for our exporters. Your Excellency, you've done an amazing job with the fertilizer subsidy program. We're very happy with it. You know, most of farmers are getting cheap fertilizers now. You're buying a lot more fertilizers from local blenders like myself. We blend local fertilizers and we supply NCPB. It's working relatively well. Your Excellency, our request is, instead of just fertilizers, can the basket be opened up to more things like soil conditioners, like lime, veterinarian products, other products that can be bought by the farmer using the same system, the e-voucher system. That'll be very helpful, sir. The same amount of money, but with a larger basket of products. It's a very easy thing to implement, sir. Those are my three asks, Prime Cabinet Secretary. They're not very big, but if you can talk to the relevant PSs, we'll be very grateful to you, sir, particularly a PS of Treasury Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, I did want to do a very special thing and introduce a friend of mine to all of you. We have a man in the room called PS Mweke. Now, you may know him only as a PS, but I have worked with this man for several years now, and I consider him to be my personal friend and a personal friend of ASNET. Because every time we talk to him, he's always positive. He will always do things for us. It's very unusual to find a leader like the PS. So I'm very happy, PS, that you're here. You're our guest. Just keep supporting us. You're supporting our livestock farmers. You're supplying the whole value chain, Farmer's Choice. Everybody you're supporting in a big way, Brookside. And for that, PS, we're very grateful that you're a friend of industry and you're a friend of private sector and you're my friend. So PS, I request you to come on stage to welcome the audience and of course to introduce the PCS, sir. Thank you very much indeed, ladies and gentlemen.
Your Excellency, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, Dr. Bimal Kantaria, my friend and the chair of ASNET, honorable and distinguished guests, development partners, farmers, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor and privilege to welcome you all to the National Agribusiness Excellence Awards and closing session of the 5th National Agribusiness Summit 2025. This summit has brought together government leaders, private sector players, researchers, farmers, youth innovators, and development partners under the theme From Promise to Action, Advancing Agribusiness Through Dialogue and Innovation. Over the past 2 days, we have reflected deeply on how to strengthen Kenya's agricultural transformation agenda. We have exchanged insights on sustainable value chains, agribusiness financing, digital agriculture, and climate-smart solutions, among other topical issues that will drive our productivity, inclusivity, and resilience. Through the bottom-up economic transformation agenda and the agricultural sector transformation and growth strategy, ASTGS, the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development continues to champion reforms that promote value addition, mechanization, and access to markets in ensuring that our farmers move from subsistence to commercial farming. This afternoon, we are all gathered here to celebrate excellence and to honor the men and women who are redefining Kenya's agribusiness landscape. To all the winners and nominees of the National Agribusiness Excellence Awards 2025, congratulations. Your hard work, innovation, and resilience inspire great confidence that Kenya's agriculture is ready for the next frontier of growth. You remind us that agribusiness is not just about food production, but about enterprise, dignity, and national prosperity. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to thank all our partners in government, private sector, sponsors, and development partners for your unwavering collaboration and support. This summit's success is a testament to what we can achieve when we all just work together. And now it is my distinct honor and privilege to invite our chief guest, the Prime Cabinet Secretary of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, to address this distinguished gathering and grace the National Agribusiness Award ceremony. A round of applause, please, for our Prime Cabinet Secretary. Thank you.
Thank you, Mweke. The PS Livestock. Chairman of ASNET, Mr. Kantaria, Your Excellency, the Ambassador of Ukraine, and Your Excellencies, the representative of the French government, and did I see the UK as well? Who did I see? I thought I saw somebody else from another embassy. Okay, good. All right. Private sector players, farmers present, more so young farmers and innovators, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor to join you as we conclude the 5th National Agribusiness Summit 2025. This annual gathering brings together leaders from government, the private sector, academia, and development partners, each of us bound by a shared mission to transform agriculture into a dynamic engine of enterprise, innovation, and prosperity for all Kenyans. Agriculture remains the cornerstone of our national development agenda. It is the heartbeat of our rural economies, the source of our food and nutritional security, and the foundation upon which millions of livelihoods depend. It contributes not only to the exports and industrial growth, but also to the very stability of our nation. Yet for too long, we have viewed agriculture merely as a means of survival. The time has come for us to reposition it as a competitive, profitable, and technology-driven business sector capable of powering Kenya's transformation. The government of Kenya has made bold and deliberate policy commitments to drive this transition. Through the agricultural sector transformation and growth strategy and the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, we are undertaking reforms that cut across value chains, strengthen market systems, and modernize rural infrastructure. These frameworks are helping us to align county and national interventions, eliminate duplication, and deliver tangible results for our farmers and agripreneurs. One of our foremost priorities is market efficiency. For decades, our farmers have remained price takers in their own markets, vulnerable to exploitation and volatility. This must change by strengthening aggregation centers, cooperatives, and digital marketplaces. We are connecting smallholder farmers directly to buyers, processors, and exporters. This will enable them to negotiate better prices, access new markets, and earn higher returns for their labor and investment. Equally important is value addition and agro-processing in Kenya. Kenya can no longer afford to export raw produce only to import processed goods at a premium. This practice drains national wealth and denies our youth jobs. We are therefore promoting local manufacturing and agro-processing to ensure that more value is retained within our borders. By supporting the establishment of cottage industries, cold storage facilities, and agro-industrial parks, we are not only improving farm incomes, but also creating sustainable employment, especially for women and young people who are the future of this nation. The future of agriculture lies in innovation, data, and technology. The Prime Cabinet Secretary's Office is working hand in hand with the Ministry of Agriculture and like-minded national and international institutions to build integrated digital ecosystems that will revolutionize service delivery. These systems support farmer registration, e-extension, digital input access, and real-time market intelligence. We are also encouraging counties to invest in agricultural data platforms that align with national systems such as the Kenya Integrated Agricultural Management Information System and the National Farmer Registration System. These will ensure that planning and resource allocation are based on credible data, that every farmer in Kenya is visible, reachable, and supported effectively. Innovation hubs and incubators will continue to play a pivotal role, linking youth-led startups and agri-tech innovators with public programs, financial institutions, and investors ready to scale transformative ideas. Distinguished participants, for agriculture to thrive, partnerships must deepen and coordination must strengthen. The government alone cannot achieve the transformation we seek. The private sector must lead in investment, processing, and logistics. Development partners must continue supporting financing, capacity building, and knowledge sharing. County governments must be empowered to implement programs at the grassroots where real transformation happens. My office remains committed to facilitating coordination across all these actors. We will continue to bridge the gap between policy and practice, ensuring that every initiative is aligned, efficient, transparent, and results-oriented. This approach will ensure that national ambitions translate into tangible benefits for farmers and rural communities. Let us remember that food security is national security. Every shilling invested in agriculture is an investment in Kenya's peace, stability, and long-term prosperity. When our farmers are empowered, they hold the power to transform this nation, from a net importer of food to a global exporter of value-added agricultural products that carry the mark of Kenyan excellence. As we deliberate in this summit, let us renew our collective resolve to invest boldly, innovative, and be innovative fearlessly, and include everybody in this process. Let us forge partnerships that uplift farmers, strengthen markets, and secure the promise of agribusiness as a pathway to sustainable national transformation. Allow me to take this moment to congratulate all the winners of the National Agribusiness Excellence Awards 2025. Your achievements represent the best of Kenya's agricultural spirit, innovation, resilience, and enterprise in action. You have shown that farming is not just about producing food, but about creating value, jobs, and hope. Each of you stands as a shining example of what is possible when dedication meets innovation and when vision is matched by hard work. As we celebrate your success, may it inspire many more farmers, entrepreneurs, and partners across our nation to raise the bar, embrace technology, and drive agribusiness to even greater heights. Congratulations once again, and thank you for making Kenya proud. Together, let us turn Kenya's vast agricultural potential into real wealth, real jobs, and real change for our people. As I conclude, let me just acknowledge, Mr. Chairman, you've raised 3 fundamental points about the export duty around Ken trade. You've also raised the issue of the VAT challenges that are inhibiting the consolidation of a partnership between large exporters and flower growers with the small-scale flower growers. And of course, the issue of quickly concluding trade engagements with India and other countries like Turkey. I'll comment briefly on this one and then the other two. On this issue around the trade conversations, I can assure you that the Ministry of Trade is really aggressively pursuing this. We hope, in the case of China, for us to be perhaps the second country in Africa to conclude a trade arrangement under the preferential arrangement that was announced by the government. So we are pushing that quite aggressively. You've mentioned Turkey, it's important. India, we also are conversing, particularly in the areas around the phytosanitary issues, which continue to slow down this, and we hope we can crack that as well. On the export duties, I think I fully agree with you that export duties are not the best thing when you want to encourage exports from particularly our own manufacturers or even the small-scale people. So this is something that we'll have to take up urgently so that we can encourage more exports from our various sectors. So on these particular issues, we will take it up and make sure that we can have a smile from the farmers the next time we are meeting on this particular issue. Finally, I just want to say that the whole idea of embracing technology is so important. Kenya is seriously becoming a benchmark, a beacon. The other day, we had the president of Senegal. He came here, and believe you me, one of the things that he was really keen on and seeking a conversation and help from the Kenyan is how to digitize their systems. So I can tell you as Kenyans, this is a moment where you should actually perhaps walk with a bit of gait or a bounce, if I may put it that way. Because you may not know it, but what you're achieving through innovation, through matters of digitization, whether it is for government services or private sector services, or the digitization going to the small-scale farmer, you're really setting a serious example, a positive one. And many African countries are now beginning to seek your support. So with what you're doing, you're going to become the capacity builders for the continent, the innovators that we are seeing here and what they're doing. You are really setting yourself up to become the exporters of technology and applications that have serious impact in Africa. So it's not been easy. It also comes with resistance, because in all this, sometimes some of these services, those who wish to continue stealing from the farmer, or stealing from the government, or stealing from other people, they will resist technology. They don't like those kind of innovations, because you're making it a cashless society. You're making technology flow, and so many people begin resisting such things. But most of all, I was a very proud Kenyan when I heard the president of Senegal saying, we want to learn from Kenya in this space. So you've done a good job. Continue doing that. And it's really the way for the future. So with those few remarks, politicians can speak for so long. Let me take my seat and wait to give the awards to the people who deserve those awards. Thank you, and God bless you.
Wow. Let's appreciate our Prime Cabinet Secretary once again. Thank you so much indeed for the encouragement. We appreciate. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment we've been waiting for, and we are ready. Ladies and gentlemen, the categories are set. We have 6 categories. We want to celebrate excellence, hard work, resilience, and now standing out as a benchmark for the globe. We'll start with the first category, ladies and gentlemen. The first category, the awards are ready? Yes, we'll go down. Absolutely, we'll take the first round of seats. The first category, ladies and gentlemen, Women in Agriculture Award. And I'd kindly call upon GIZ Representative Kennedy to be ready to give this round of award. GIZ Kennedy, please come forward. In the meantime, we'll take that photo, grand photo. Then there will be others with the winners as well. All right. Women in Agriculture Award number 2. Avepo Agrovet Limited. Makofi yao tafadhali. Mko wapi? Njoni mpate zawadi yenu. A representative, please come forward. Avepo. Let's get the award. Here. All right. Okay, a big round of applause, please. Thank you so much. Up next, Agriflex Limited #1. A big round of applause for them. Agriflex, Mukwapi. Agriflex once again. Thank you, Mr. Martin. Agriflex. Makofi out of the valley. Thank you so much. Excellent. Asante sana. Thank you so much. Next category, Climate Champion Award. Climate Champion Award. #2, Empresario. Empresario, mko wapi? Njooni tafadhali. There we go, Empresario, #2, Climate Champion Award. Thank you so much. And #1, ladies and gentlemen, Eco Warrior. Eco Warrior, where are you, Eco Warrior? Eco Warrior, a representative, please come forward. Or an ASNET representative, you can actually pick that on their behalf. CEO, Makofi tafadhali, receiving that award on behalf of Eco Warrior. Thank you so much. Category #3. This is the Agri Service Provider Award #2. Terra Lima. Terra Lima. Terra Lima. Wow, Roy. Well done, Roy. Thank you so much. #1. Thank you. A big round of applause. Terra Lima right there. #1. One Win Enterprise. One Win Enterprise. Where are you? Makofi out of the valley. Thank you so much. Well done. Keep it. Thank you. Agri Service Provider Award. Thank you so much. Up next, next category, Youth Agripreneur of the Year Award. Cincy Research Center. Cincy Research Center. Ndio hao wanakuja, karibuni. Well done. Cincy Research Center. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Youth Agripreneur of the Year Award. And #1, ladies and gentlemen, Pure Pantry. Media Holdings Limited. Wow! Welcome, welcome. Well done, well done, well done, well done. Well done, well done. Youth Agripreneur of the Year Award. Category #5, Impact and Innovation Award. #2, Child Fund Kenya. Child Fund Kenya, welcome. Impact and Innovation Award #2, well done. There we go. And #1, Omnia Distributors Limited. Welcome. And now, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. And this is the Agripreneur of the Year Award overall. #2, Eviga Agrochemicals Store. Wow. Welcome, well done, well done, well done. Makofi tafadhali. Thank you so much.
And finally, number one, everybody, let's just stand up for this. Agripreneur of the Year Award overall goes to 1 Acre Fund. Woo! To Pande! Well done! Where is 1 Acre Fund? Come on now! Well done! Well done! Wow, makofi nyingine tafadhali. Thank you so much. We celebrate you. Many thanks. Makofi ya mwisho. Thank you so much indeed, Acre Fund. Well done. And right now, we have a gift of appreciation courtesy of ASNET for our guests. Let's get the gift of appreciation as we take the final photo. Right there. Thank you so much, Prime Cabinet Secretary. All the other delegates, we may kindly take our seats as we take this final photo. Makofi tafadhali, a gift of appreciation right there. Makofi tafadhali for the PS. Asante sana for coming, and thank you so much for your work as well. Oh, what is that? Ah, excellent. There we go, there we go. All right, and the winners, get ready, please come down. Come down for the final photo with our chief guest. All the winners. Come. And a gift of appreciation for our Prime Cabinet Secretary, Makofi yake tafadhali. Thank you so much. And all the winners, please come down. Oh, that's a lion right there. Thank you so much indeed. All the winners, please come down. Please come, join. Come down for the final photo. Thank you so much, Prime Cabinet Secretary. Many thanks. All the winners, please come down. Please come down. Thank you so much. You're the winners. Please come. We want to celebrate. We take this memorable photo together. Karibuni. And we also do have a token of appreciation as well. Okay. These are our winners. 5th National Agribusiness Summit. Thank you so much. Wow, look at that. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, just a standing ovation. These are the winners. It's the 5th National Agribusiness Summit. Thank you so much indeed. Well done. We celebrate you. You make Kenya proud. And I'd kindly request that we remain standing just right there for our Kenya National Anthem, a great prayer and a reminder of our responsibility to protect our motherland. Thank you so much. I'd kindly request we allow our chief guest to exit at his pleasure together with his delegation. For the rest of us, please let's remain standing wherever we are.